never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
There is no evidence Anne Heche was impaired by illicit substances when she crashed her car into a Los Angeles residence on August 5th that eventually resulted in her untimely death. The actress's toxicology report showed past use of drugs, but no outside drugs or alcohol could currently be traced. The final toxicology report states the fentanyl detected in Heche's urine was administered by the hospital. The LA Medical Examiner determined she died of inhalation and thermal injuries after being trapped in her Mini Cooper for around 30 minutes. Those holiday shipping deadlines are getting closer. FedEx says boxes sent with standard ground shipping must be received by December 14th, while UPS is directing customers to visit their website for an estimate on ground shipments. The post office says retail ground and first-class mail parcels and envelopes need to go out by December 17th. But you may be putting off buying and sending gifts for financial reasons this year.
More Americans are feeling the impacts of inflation. A new survey from Gallup found 55% say inflation has had a severe or moderate impact on them. That's up from 45% who said the same thing in November of last year. Lower and middle income households are the hardest hit. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Investigators in the case of 4 murdered University of Idaho students are downplaying the possibility of a stalker. Police said that one of 2 males inside a local business who appeared to follow the 21-year-old woman inside didn't make any contact with her and walked in the other direction when she left to get into her car. This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Well, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Voters headed to polls today in the Peach State to decide the last open Senate seat in the U.S., and it looks like it'll be a photo finish. Incumbent Warnock edged Republican challenger Walker in the general election, but did not gain a majority to avoid the runoff. And a new report says hackers with ties to the Chinese government stole millions of dollars in U.S. COVID relief benefits. China-based hacking group known as APT41 stole at least $20 million through Small Business Administration loans and unemployment insurance funds in more than a dozen states. Once a household name, Hertz rental cars became newsworthy again during the pandemic, and now the yellow vehicle brand is back in the headlines.
Hertz Car Rental Company will pay nearly $170 million to settle hundreds of false theft claims involving its customers. The Estero, Florida-based company announced it had settled 95% of the total disputes, roughly 400 people. Hertz customers were wrongly accused of auto theft for cars that were illegally rented. Some customers claim they got pulled over, arrested, and prosecuted for stealing cars because Hertz couldn't locate its own vehicles after they got returned. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Let's talk more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Then let's cue the microphone, get this thing started here. Are you ready? A full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Our headquarters, Southwest Ohio, where it's kind of a soggy night out there. Light rain, drizzle with the occasional pocket of heavier rain. If you're rolling along I-71 between, say, Cincinnati and Columbus, Ohio, there are some pockets of heavier rain in the mix there. Yeah, rain from south side of Columbus headed over into Wheeling, West Virginia. The rains are kind of headed your way. Shower activity off and on from Louisville to Lexington. It's kind of scattered about, but a more solidified area of widespread rain right through central portions of Tennessee. Stretching from Nashville down into northwest portions of Alabama. More scattered shower activity through parts of Arkansas. Rain down a line of showers stretching from, scattered around the Dallas area, but a lot of rain from Abilene on down into southwestern Texas, San Angelo. You're a rain. If you love a rainy night, this is your kind of night. At least it's not excessive. Not looking at any severe weather in the mix. We will again tonight be looking for a lot of fog. Dense fog advisories for much of southern Missouri. Fog advisories through much of South Carolina. Northern portions of Georgia and central Georgia to include the Atlanta metro area. And, of course, down along the Gulf Coast again tonight, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, southwestern Georgia, the Florida Panhandle. Fog got pretty thick outside the secret bunker there for our Tuesday morning. All right, we're looking at all that rain. This is actually what is the beginning of round number 2. The first round of heavy rain of Monday into early Tuesday, it generally dropped 1 to 3 inches of rain over portions of northern Georgia, northern Alabama, southeastern Tennessee. Looks like additional rounds of rain will be in the offing. This round centered a little bit further to the west and north between now and Thursday night. A couple of the top rain reports from that first round, Sunday into Tuesday. Ellijay, Georgia, 3.08 inches of rain. Mount Carmel, South Carolina, just over 3 inches of rainfall there. Just as from Monday night, a substantial amount of that rain fell over the course of just several hours. At Chattanooga, Tennessee, firefighters responded to a flooding scene in a local woodland area, executing a search and rescue along with other agencies. The mission ended with a dog rescued in the search, with several more secured in the area. Forecasters advise motorists to allow some extra time, as excess water on the highways will raise the risk of hydroplaning. Nashville to Memphis, again, Little Rock, Arkansas, the I-40 corridor, all in that zone. Forecast totals could approach 8 inches anywhere in that zone where 2 to 4 inches of rainfall is in the forecast. There will actually be a third storm traveling across much of the same area over the upcoming weekend that could unleash another 1 to 4 inches of rain. Low evaporation rates this time of year. The ground's going to be saturated, which means small streams may rise more quickly this weekend than during this week. Most of the major rivers are going to absorb the rain with little problem. This is going to prove to be beneficial for the transportation of goods along the Mississippi and Ohio rivers after record low water levels along a vast stretch of the lower and middle Mississippi late summer and, of course, through much of the fall. As the rain affects the parts of the region flowing into the Mississippi, we could see some temporary spikes in river levels. In much of the region where the soaking rain is going to fall, the long-term soil conditions have been relatively dry. Now, this second storm may actually see enough cold air working in on the northern side of the storm to produce a swath of snow from the Central Plains to portions of the Midwest and even the interior Northeast from Thursday into Friday. Generally speaking, they're talking 1 to 3 inches. There will be a zone in there where 3 to 6 inches of snow may occur. Now, this is going to be from Nebraska to Michigan on up into parts of New York and even Pennsylvania this week. The storm's going to graze Chicago and Detroit. We'll see a bit of snow in both of those cities before the end of the week. It'll stop short of reaching New York City this weekend. It's not going to be any sort of a blockbuster in terms of snowfall accumulation, but some heavily populated and heavily traveled interstates are in line to pick up a few inches. As a result, you're going to have to deal with some slippery road conditions out there. Forecasters first identified the potential for this region last week. They've been kind of tweaking their forecast to zero in on the corridor of the Midwest and the Northeast where snow is most likely. And that will extend from western Nebraska to southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, parts of the lower peninsula of Michigan, and on into the mountains of New York and Pennsylvania. Although temperatures may be pretty close to or maybe even a little above freezing, it may snow hard enough for several hours to allow an accumulation on some of the roadways. There in the central state's best chance for several inches of snow and the worst travel conditions look to be Thursday night into early Friday. In that zone from eastern Nebraska, southeastern South Dakota, northern portions of Iowa, and southern Minnesota. So be prepared, truck drivers, for some wintry conditions along Interstates 29, 35, the 80-90 corridor, as well as I-94. Of course, during the time when the lack of sunlight and the heaviest precipitation rates coincide, whether or not slippery driving conditions develop at the lakefront in Chicago, it may only be a matter of a couple of degrees. Elsewhere, temperatures likely to be lower in the northern suburbs, as further north in Wisconsin like Milwaukee and Madison, those areas might see a few inches of snow piling up there. Further to the east on Friday over parts of Michigan, the snow may initially melt as it's falling, but as the snow continues into the evening hours, roads will become slippery along portions of I-69, 75, and 96. If you're headed north and west from Detroit Friday evening, be prepared for some hazardous driving conditions. Accumulating snow is in store for Lansing and Grand Rapids, Michigan. As the storm continues eastward, it's going to encounter some issues that may limit the amount of snow that falls. There's a wedge of dry air that may cut into the moisture supply, and there's going to be a competing storm off the Atlantic coast that may zap some of the strength from this storm Friday night into Saturday. All right, so there you go. Because the snow or the wintry mix is going to occur primarily Friday night into early Saturday, maybe up to a few inches, in that zone from southern New York to northern and central Pennsylvania. Hazardous travel maybe along portions of I-76, 79, 80, 81, and I-90. Maybe not limited to just the highest elevations. Looks like your temperatures will remain above freezing in that corridor from New York City to Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., even as far west as Pittsburgh as that storm moves through. Yeah, even with temperatures hovering in the 30s during much of that storm in Boston, precipit's going to be rather light and generally fall as rainfall with those temperatures in that zone. So look at travelers' weather around the country here on, oh, looky there. Hey, Mike, it is a Wednesday coming on. And as I flip over to the stream chat, yes, I had not even thought about that. Look at there at the calendar, December 7 of 2022. But many remember December the 7th of 1941. Yeah, Michigan Madman says 81 years ago today, the date that changed history forever. And I hope our children today have or will learn of the human sacrifices that gave us freedom today. So hello from the Michigan Madman. Philly Dad on board. He says, the Lord moves in mysterious ways, but you don't have to. Please use your turn signals. 51 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. There's Pappy. It's kind of a drizzly, lonely night. Good night to stay indoors. For all you nocturnal drivers out there, hammer down and be safe. Mike. And then he tossed in Torah. Yes, indeed. December the 7th. Todd checks in. Howdy, all. Todd Wheeler, that is. There's Mike. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. 5-7, copy in the mail. Mary Ann, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. And Merry Christmas to everyone. Please stay safe. Joe Self checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. 45 degrees, a little foggy here in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody have a good night. Pappy says, nice job, Georgia. Yeah, they've pretty much called it. Raphael Warnock is, I mentioned last evening, I wasn't holding my breath for Herschel Walker to pull out the win. Raphael Warnock wins re-election in the Senate in Georgia, defeating Republican Herschel Walker. Yeah, Newsmax, they actually called it before 10 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, with 95% of the estimated vote tallied. Warnock at the time was leading 50.73% to 49.27%. That's when analysts called the race. So pretty much the headlines are saying Warnock with 51, Walker with 49. Yeah, this gives Democrats the 51-seat majority in the 100-seat Senate. That means it's going to be somewhat, at least slightly easier to advance, nominees for judicial and administrative posts. Most legislation still is going to have to require some Republican support. Also, a 51-49 Democrat advantage in the Senate means that the party will no longer have to negotiate a power-sharing deal with Republicans. They will not have to rely on Kamala Harris to break as many tie votes. Yeah, the runoff set early voting records, of course, in Georgia, a race that they say has become the most expensive in the 2022 midterm election season. More than $400 million spent so far on that race. At least 1.9 million cast votes before Election Day. That was equal to 47% of the November 8th turnout. And the state election officials said they were expecting another million voters to cast votes this past day. Probably be bringing out some of those final numbers. But yeah, a record turnout for a runoff election there in the state of Georgia. That's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. Of course, Drudge loves to headline negativity towards Donald Trump. His big headline, another MAGA down. Guess he's kind of smiling tonight, right? We jump over out of the box. Lone Ranger on board. What's happening out there?
Good morning, Steve. It's a sad day when people celebrate a guy who wins an election who's connected with Reverend Wright, who's famous for saying GD America.
Mm-hmm.
Sad day. Now, of course, Georgia has the same problem that Pennsylvania has and Virginia has. The big cities have the masses of people, a lot of votes. You know, Georgia's pretty much a rural state, but they have Atlanta. Pennsylvania has Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. We saw what happened in Virginia, which is another rural state. But you got the northeast Washington, D.C. area that's full of liberals. And then you got the demographics. For some reason, minorities still basically vote Democrat. I can't figure that out, but they do. And that's pretty much what put them over the top. The counties that are heavily populated went for Warnock, the big cities, Atlanta, Fulton County. And what's sad is, you know, if Warnock, I think, actually works for Reverend Wright in some capacity, but you got a guy there who basically, you know, far left, hates America. And Walker, okay, he wasn't a polished politician. His grammar could be a little bit better, but he loves America. So the guy who hates America wins, and the guy who loves America loses. Mm-hmm. And the other thing that's annoying is the guy with the most money usually wins the election.
I know you Warnock were. I know for many years you were a member of the Teamsters. I saw what's his name, the guy that had run against Hoffa. Zuckerman, is it Fred Zuckerman? Is that the guy? He actually made a trip down. I don't remember. He made a special trip down there to support Warnock for this race. So you got the Teamsters, pushing for Warnock.
Well, yeah, when I was in the Teamsters, they told us we had to vote Democrat, but that was when the Democrat Party was the party of the working class. That no longer exists. Since the party's been hijacked by the far left liberals, it's not the same party anymore.
Right.
Now, why? You know, the Democrats like the open border. The open border brings in cheap labor. And, of course, the Republicans get a lot of money from the Chamber of Commerce, and they like the cheap labor, so it just goes on and on. But you have to wonder why a labor union is supporting the party that's bringing in the cheap labor, because that's what kills the wages. I've never understood that. And I used to tell the business agent right to his face, I said, look, I am not going to vote Democrat. Oh, yeah, that's, they help us out. It comes down to the money. The Democrats make deals with people to give them a lot of money. That's what it comes down to. But the other thing I wanted to talk about, I just saw in the news where shoplifting is now costing companies $100 billion a year. These stores no longer stop people when they walk out of the store with merchandise. I was at a Lowe's not long ago trying to buy a carpet steamer, and they said they had 4 in stock and there was none there. So I said to the guy, how can there, it says there's 4, where are they? He said, people steal them. I said, well, why don't they arrest? He goes, no, he says, I almost got fired. He had a guy walk out with an air conditioner and he stopped him in the parking lot. And the guy turned around and said to him, you're not allowed to say anything to me. And he went in the store and complained about being accosted by this employee. He stole an air conditioner, and the employee almost got fired.
So the bad guy, the bad guy has more rights than the good guy.
If you go into a Home Depot, Lowe's, any big retailer, you'll see a lot of stuff now is locked up, or drugstores. They have stuff behind locked cages because you can literally walk into one of these stores, pick something off the shelf, and walk right out the door, and they are not allowed to stop you. So that's why shoplifting is increased. There's stores that are actually leaving certain areas where the shoplifting is more rampant. In Philadelphia, they closed down 3 Wawas, like a convenience store, like a Circle K, because they were in an area where the shoplifting was so bad, they couldn't show a profit. They had so much stuff getting stolen.
Yep.
And speaking a little bit on that topic, I'd like to say rest in peace to Gary Racer, 83 years old. He worked at a Home Depot for 9 years in Hillsborough, North Carolina, and he was in the little booth in the garden department.
Yep.
And a thug came out and was rolling out 3 pressure washers.
Had a whole cart full of merchandise he was stealing.
Right. So the gentleman, Gary, walked out of the little booth, and he was supposed to be paying for it there. He walked out to address him about paying for what he had in the cart. The guy shoved him to the ground. This is a little frail 83-year-old man, and the thug was 6 feet tall. Well, he went in the hospital, and he died from his injuries. He celebrated his 83rd birthday in the hospital with his fellow Home Depot associates around him, and then he died. So they have a picture of this guy. You can see it on the video.
There is this surveillance video of the guy shoving him. He smacked his head on it. Looked like a potted plant, a planter kind of thing. But hold that thought. News break time.
USA Radio News.
U.S. Department of Education federal contractor Accenture mistakenly sent emails to millions of student loan borrowers, informing them of their approval into the Biden administration's loan forgiveness program. Those approval emails were reportedly sent November 22nd and 23rd. The U.S. is no longer in the World Cup, and neither is Spain. Even though they tied Morocco 0-0, Morocco advances due to penalties. Nick Bollettieri, the legendary tennis coach, died at his home in Florida over the weekend. He was 91. Bollettieri coached at least 10 players that went on to reach world #1 status and was just the 4th coach to be inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 O silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call Government at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 O Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint. The final year of production, but with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 O silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 O Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Lone Ranger mentioned the incredible amount of theft taking place in this country. I saw the headline earlier that there are Walmart locations that are actually going to shut their doors, shut down, due to the amount of theft. Came across one story here. Rising in-store theft that's going unchecked by law enforcement could force Walmart to raise prices or even close some stores, according to their CEO this past day. Speaking to CNBC, Doug McMillan is his name. Theft is an issue. It's higher than it has historically been. I mean, those comments, the largest retailer echoes the comments by Target's CEO last month, who said that retailer has seen a significant increase in organized retail crime across their business. Listen to some of these numbers. Year-to-date, inventory shrink, as they call it, reduced Target's gross margin by more than $400 million compared to last year alone, with an expected total loss of more than $600 million this year. Across the board, all the various retailers out there, across all retail brands, $94.5 billion with a B, $94.5 billion in total losses. This is an industry-wide problem driven by criminal networks. We're trying to work with multiple stakeholders to find some sort of solutions. Target issued a statement that said they're working with law enforcement agencies, legislators, community partners, and retail trade associations to do something to address this growing national problem of retail theft. Now Walmart, they've put some safety measures in place on a store-by-store basis, a process that relies on proper staffing of local law enforcement. He added that he'd like to see more prosecution of shoplifters, because that right there, that's the key. If there's no penalty for the crime, if you walk out the door and they don't prosecute, what's to stop you from going back for more? And I said, if that is not corrected over time, first of all, everybody's going to pay more. Prices are going to go higher, and stores are going to close. It's really a city by city, a location by location, store managers working with local law enforcement It's just policy, consistency, and clarity. But yeah, $94.5 billion in theft in 1 year. All right, welcome back, Ranger.
Thanks, Steve. Well, it's no different than it's called not enforcing the law. It's against the law to steal. It's no different than not enforcing the law at the border. What happened when the word got out that you can just walk into America? What happened? Instead of getting a few every day, we got thousands, up to 2.5 million, I guess it was. The word gets out. If there's no prosecution, if you have soft on crime prosecutors and DAs, and even if they do get arrested, they get let out the next day, there's no deterrent. Why not walk out with a pressure washer? Nothing's going to happen to you. I mean, people are not that stupid. They pick right up on that. Look at the difference between Biden and Trump with the border. Trump instituted the stay in Mexico policy, and the illegal crossings went down 70%. So Biden has the open borders because he sees them as future Democrat votes, and that's going to bring me to another topic. So he was just 100 miles from the Arizona border just the other day, never went there. But people keep saying, why doesn't he go? Because it's not a crisis to him. He wants as many Hispanics in this country as he can get because most Hispanics vote Democrat. Simple as that.
He actually said there are more important things to address right now. More important things.
He was giving some money to a company that's going to make, I forget what it was, going to make something that used to be made in China.
Semiconductor chips.
Right. So now here's where it gets worse. And this I hate traitors like this. This guy is a real scumbag. Tom Tillis, senator from North Carolina, is working with Democrats. And there's a few traitor. The problem with the Republican Party, they don't stick together. You got Romney, and there's a few rhinos in there, and they're involved in this too. But anyway, they're trying to rush through, before the Republicans take over the House, they want to rush through amnesty for 2 million dreamers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Chuck Schumer has been working in the shadows for a long time on this. He hasn't said much, but he came out with a speech, and he said, look, we shouldn't just give the dreamers amnesty. We should give everybody here that came across amnesty with a pathway to citizenship. And I've been saying this for years. It's all about eliminating the Republican Party. If every illegal alien winds up with voting rights, the Republican Party is finished. Because you see how close the elections are. Every year, they're closer and closer, 50-50 most of the time. So if you have the controlling amount of people, just like what happened in Georgia, the cities is what put Warnock over the top. The rural areas didn't vote for him. You can eliminate. It's all about the power. It's just like when they had those 4 students got killed in Idaho by a K-bar knife, military-style knife, stabbed them all to death. Biden was on vacation in some $20 million mansion. He comes on the news and he said, this is another reason why we need an assault weapons ban. The guy used a knife. It's all a political. It's an agenda. They have an agenda. They couldn't give a crap. They couldn't give a rat's ass about the American people. Even Biden said it. What you just said. It was more important to go to that chip company than it was to secure our border, even though there's 300 people every single day that die of fentanyl deaths, and there's females getting raped as young as 5 years old on that border. 300 people a day are dying, and you don't even hear it on the news. The one representative said that's the equivalent of having an airplane crash every single day. You don't hear anything about it on the news. Fentanyl is the largest killer of people 18 to 45 years old. Number one killer, and it's not on the news. So now this Tom Tillis, he's not running for re-election, so he couldn't care less. He doesn't need any more votes. So he's hooked up with these Democrats, and they're trying to push amnesty through before the Republicans take over the House, because then he'd have a problem. If this bum, by the way, I'm going to call him tomorrow morning. His phone number in Washington, direct number, is area code 202-224-6342. Tom Tillis in North Carolina. Total traitor to the country. You can't give amnesty to all these people, because then we have a one party in this country, and that's the end of it. That's what they're working at. I've been saying it for years. The other thing I've been saying for years, this thing with this 83-year-old guy has me really, really burned up. He was a Army veteran. He had a wife, a son, 2 daughters, 9 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren. And the cops said they're looking for a 6-foot-tall black man driving a white Hyundai Sonata. He had his license plate covered in the back, so they couldn't see it. But now that brings me to a topic I've been talking about for years that everybody's afraid to talk about. I'm watching almost every other day, you see violent acts on TV. New York, you get pushed on the subway. New York City, people are getting shot in the head in broad daylight. They just had a parking attendant write down a ticket. Guy walks up behind him, shoots him in the head. Broad daylight. You have the smash and grabs that are causing some of these stores to shut down. They get groups of 30, go into a store, ransack it, run back out. They steal they walk right into a place that sells expensive handbags, grab 30, walk out. They walked into a cell phone store in Los Angeles, and there was probably 15 or 20 people in there. 2 guys walk in, and they grab all the cell phones. They all had them charging while they were doing their business in there. Just went around and grabbed them up. There's 20 people in the store. Why didn't they jump on 2 guys? 2 guys walked around, and people stood there and looked at them. Just stood there and looked at them. There's 20 people there. That's called the pussification of America. We don't have any heroes hardly anymore. You see, okay, you got the smash and grabs, you got the murders, beatings right on broad daylight on the street, hijacking, same old thing. But what I'm getting at here, almost 100% of the time, and I watch them every day, you do too, the assailants are young black males wearing hoodies. Almost 100% of the time, you never hear that on the news. Never, ever, ever. So I've been saying for years that there's a behavior problem in the black community, and we see it on the news every single day, but nobody talks about it. Nobody says a word about that. So until they address the behavior problem and start enforcing the law, it's only going to get worse. I've been saying this for years. People are afraid to be honest. I don't know why they're afraid to be honest, but that is the problem. Blacks make up 13% of our population, and I'm guessing it's probably 50-50. So let's just say 6.5% of our population is responsible for 36% of the violent crimes. That's FBI crime statistics, but nobody's talking about it. Nobody's doing anything about it. This poor guy, 83-year-old guy, gets thrown to the ground. You saw the video, by a 6-foot-tall, a big guy. The guy was big, and now he's dead.
Yeah.
So people are dying, getting raped, getting maimed, getting robbed, and stores are shutting down. It all comes down to enforcing the law and addressing the problem. And same with the border. Nobody's enforcing the law at the border. So of course people are going to come by the thousands, because nothing's going to happen. You're not going to get arrested. Just walk in.
Well, and
how many people?
And you think they're not hearing the messaging that's going out about a potential amnesty? I mean, legalization, pathway to citizenship. If they can get in here,
sure.
The word spreads throughout Mexico, throughout Central America. If we can get there, there's a good chance we can actually maybe become citizens. We just have to get across that border. All right, I got to get a quick timeout in here. A little bit behind. But thank you much, Ranger. Yeah, always good points there. Good to have you out of the box. Buckeye Boy, check it in from still out in California. Is it Lomita, California? 54 degrees at this hour. Sad day in Georgia. I like Herschel, but the problem was he was outspent by 2-1. due to outside dark money and other left-wing PACs. His past came back to haunt him, even though I believe he actually has turned his life around. But it was just too much to overcome, and no political experience. Warnock, meanwhile, was able to talk a good game, even though he's a fraud under the guise of a reverend. Anyway, got my pickup today, so I'll be taking tomorrow off to reset, picking up Thursday, and if I have room, I'll get another partial load headed back to Atlanta that I can drop off on my way to Virginia. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 52 degrees in New Baden, Illinois tonight. Dragging 77 Tar Heel steers at a high rate of speed in the Hammer Lane. Live freight ain't never slow, and neither is the truck that pulls it. Everybody sleep tight as we're headed for a top secret location out west. Oh, yeah, and shout out to the Hall of Fame Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Gateway to the West. All right, get to some of the other folks coming up on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Kentucky Ken on board this Wednesday morning. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, rain and fog this past day from Columbus, Ohio to Nashville, Tennessee. Just arrived to exchange a tractor and dropped off a trailer. But Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right. Prayers for Jeff. Jeff Watt. Jeff, I saw the photo you posted earlier. He lost his father this past day. Had a picture of his daddy, and it would have been his uncle, but his daddy's brother. And he simply said, the brothers are back together again in heaven. He said, I'm home in LaPorte, sadly planning a Florida trip to say goodbye to Dad. I couldn't find myself able to run today after I got that call. I want to say a big thank you to my boss, Jack, for covering for me. And this is why I work for a two-truck family company. Yeah, boss helping out. Prayers for you there, Jeff. That's a tough time, right? Hello to Cliff. Good show tonight. Thank you very much. Gilligan, good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yeah, drying out, but the roads are still a little damp at the Speedway in Martinsville. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Heat waves in Albuquerque. Getting the truck worked on and 4.5 hours late getting out. Yeah, also, I've got something to say to the OKC and Dallas drivers. I'll try to keep it at least PG-13 when I call in. But right now, I'm a little bit hot under the collar. Uh-oh. Held on to Cass, talking about retail theft. Cass said the Coleraine Home Depot actually has $1.5 million budgeted in their store budget for shoplifting. Isn't that something? $1.5 million. You know, and of course, you know, that's a local here, right near where I live. That's the Home Depot I frequent on a regular basis. And, you know, Cass, that Walmart a few doors down from there, that used to be a 24-hour operation. I think they now close at either 11 o'clock or midnight and don't reopen till like 6 in the morning, 6 or 7 a.m. And I spoke to someone in there when they first went back to the closing overnights, and they pointed out it's the amount of theft that was occurring. You have millions of dollars from one location. Sad but true. Let's see. We got the Shawnee Big Boy, I believe it is. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. It is raining and pretty windy at between Nashville and Memphis as we're heading to Memphis. But you're right about the sad day in Georgia. There's got two socialist Democratic senators, and the district I live, which is east of Atlanta, I got Hank Johnson, which is a House representative that thinks that Guam's going to tip over. I don't know about Georgia. I was thinking about leaving Georgia, but then again, I think about you. I'm going to be thinking about you and Pappy and all the other people live in Ohio when Georgia beats Ohio in December 26th at the Peach Bowl.
What do you think? You think that? I think it'll be a good game, but I don't know.
It'll be a good. It'll be a good game, that's for sure. But you know, as only you got the Ohio kind of going to be hurting already because it's the Peach Bowl. It's the hometown. So it's got Georgia's got pluses, but then again, like I say, Ohio's good. It will be a good game, but I'll be thinking about you guys when we beat you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah. Also, you talking about raining. That's one bad thing about it. I was leaving out Thursday, going to Gatlinburg on vacation with the grandkids, Dollywood, and all that stuff. And you're saying it's going to be raining this weekend?
That's what the forecast says. Yes, sir. And maybe that'll be storm number 3 coming in.
That figures. Can't win for losing. Georgia, I mean, I guess it's a bad thing if Georgia losing like they're doing. And like I said, the only thing I can look forward to is when we beat you guys December 26th.
Looking forward to it. All right.
All right, Steve. You have a good night.
Thank you for listening, big boy, and thanks for checking in. Hey, the deal started yesterday, December the 6th, and it's our big online sale going on at HotShotSecret.com. Gift sets, as they call them. You've got your gasoline or diesel gift sets that are more than 20% off right now. Go to HotShotSecret.com. $54.95. Now, what is a gift set? On the gasoline side, it would be 2 of the 16-ounce gasoline extremes, along with a 32-ounce Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. That's going to clean everything out, the oil side and the fuel side. For the diesel gift set, that includes 1 16-ounce everyday diesel treatment, 1 32-ounce FR3 friction reducer, and 1 16-ounce bottle of Diesel Extreme. So take your pick, $54.95 each, again, which is more than 20% off. And don't forget to use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. Get another 10% off your order. That deal is only online at HotShotSecret.com. Looking at the clock here, we're at about a minute from news break. So hang in there. Got 5-7 coming up here. Is that the Knucklebuster impersonator? Oh, boy. Knucklebuster is on vacation. I think he's off till first of the year there. So I hope you're enjoying. I know he's tuning in here and there because he has sent me some emails and some of what's going on out there. But I hope you're enjoying your time there with Tennessee, right? The president this past day, and one of the items Ranger mentioned, you're in Arizona. Why the hell? You're that close. Why don't you head on down and take a look at what's going on the border, Mr. President? Nope, not going to visit the southern border. The president spoke briefly with reporters as he left the White House, headed to Arizona to promote new investments in semiconductor chip manufacturing. When asked why he was going to a border state and not visiting the border, his response was, quote, because there are more important things going on. That is the quote. There's more important things going on. Yeah, you see where our priorities lie with this president. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The results are in. The Associated Press has projected Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock will defeat Republican challenger Herschel Walker in Georgia's high-stakes Senate runoff election. While the Senate majority has already been decided, Warnock's victory in the last ballot box showdown of the 2022 midterm elections gives the Democrats a 51-49 margin and a bit of breathing room in their razor-thin control of the Senate. Soon after the projection, Warnock tweeted, "Thank you, Georgia, we did it again." Walker, in a concession speech in Atlanta, emphasized that we put up one heck of a fight. Some parents of the students who were murdered at the University of Idaho were told not to offer a reward for the capture of their adult child's killer due to issues it may cause moving forward. As it turns out, what the higher education institution was trying to avoid may have already set in.
Officials at the University of Idaho say up to 40% of its student body isn't on campus following the murders of 4 students. The school's executive director of communications saying 60 to 75% of students are physically in the town of Moscow in the northwest part of the state. There were about 11,500 students who called the school home as of October. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
U.S. Department of Education federal contractor Accenture mistakenly sent emails to millions of student loan borrowers, informing them of their approval into the Biden administration's loan forgiveness program. Those approval emails were reportedly sent November 22nd and 23rd. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Do you have the cash to buy and ship presents this holiday season? Well, there's nothing like a deadline to help get motivated.
Shipping companies are announcing deadlines customers should follow to ensure delivery of packages before Christmas. FedEx says boxes sent with standard ground shipping must be received by December 14th, with Express Saver and 3-day freight options available up to December 20th. UPS is directing customers to visit their website for an estimate on ground shipments, but 3-day select service is available up to December 20th. The U.S. Postal Service says retail ground and first-class mail parcels and envelopes need to go out by December 17th. The USPS priority mail deadline for most military bases is this Friday. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Nick Bollettieri, the legendary tennis coach, died at his home in Florida over the weekend following a series of health issues. He was 91. Bollettieri coached at least 10 players that went on to reach world #1 status and was just the 4th coach to be inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. There is no evidence Anne Heche was impaired by illicit substances when she crashed her car into a Los Angeles residence on August 5th that eventually resulted in her untimely death. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel client.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back on a Wednesday. Yeah, hump day. Midweek coming on already. Boy, 7th day of December. You realize, man, oh man, Christmas just around the corner. Hard to imagine. Then, of course, heading into the new year, right? Hello to Eskimo Mom checking in from the roundabout capital of Indiana, a.k.a. Carmel. Doing a 2-stop Indy pedal tonight. I just finished up my first stop, now on to number 2. Yes, some drizzle, some fog, but we're in the 50s outside. I'm looking at 52, as a matter of fact, outside the secret bunker here. Not too bad. I'm not going to complain, even though it's kind of a gray, drizzly, rainy night and a little bit of fog, but I'll take 52 degrees in the month of December. because we got some cold winter months coming our way. All right, prices at the pump. ProMiles reporting this past day. The national diesel price average, $5.18 per gallon, down 10 cents from a week ago. Now, ProMiles, their numbers differ a bit from the Energy Information Administration. They produce a report similar to the EIA. The big difference between the two is the type and the number of fueling stations that they use to calculate those averages. ProMiles uses a direct feed from thousands of truck stops to develop their averages. The Energy Information Administration, meanwhile, surveys 400 truck stops and convenience stores. The EIA report is also the average price of diesel for the previous week. So the EIA on the same time actually showed diesel prices down 17.4 cents, under the $5 per gallon national average. EIA says we're down to $4.96 for the national average versus $5.18 from ProMiles. And national average, according to the EIA, still $1.29 more than it was a year ago. They said every region was down by at least 13.5 cents. The largest decrease was up in the New England area with a 22.6 cent per gallon decrease. The Midwest also saw a 20 cent per gallon decrease, according to the Energy Information Administration. Cheapest price in the country, the lowest price is the Gulf Coast, averaging $4.56 per gallon, again, on the diesel side. Hello, 5-7. Happy Hump Day.
Well, good morning. Yeah, just wanted to make mention, December 7th, 1941. And thank goodness we're still recognizing this. Had a conversation a few ago, and he was, I don't know how the argument got started, which everything with him was an argument, but it's always blame America first. And he was bringing up the fact that it's all America's fault that we were attacked. And I was like, how do you come up with that? And he said that America was all over the Asian basin and trying to get the materials and control the materials. And I said, well, can't argue with that. Our military has been used to protect our business interest, going after rubber, oil, and stuff in the Asian basin. But I said, all right, now, can I ask you a question? He goes, what? I said, did you ever hear of the rape of Nanking? And she stood there looking at me. I said, how about the invasion of Korea? It wasn't North and South back then. It was the whole nation of Korea. And not only the invasion, but the occupation of these two countries. He just stood there and looked. I said, do you understand we had American volunteers? Have you ever heard of the Flying Tigers? Stood there, looked at me. We had American volunteers going over, shooting down, before World War II even started, we were shooting down Japanese Zeros over China. And he just sitting there. I said, before you come to me and try to blame America for that attack, you really need to study your history. And then I basically said, I ain't even going to argue with ignorance, and just walked off from it. But and this was a few years, at least maybe 10 years ago. And I've cut him off. From, right. I had a phone log that would show him calling me 7 a.m. every morning, and it was always negative about Trump. So finally I said, I don't have to use my ears as a trash can, so I just shut him off. And Lord, last I heard, I had a couple drivers come and say, what is it with you and this guy? I won't use his name. He said, what do you mean? He offered me $50 to get you to call him. I actually stopped him there at the shop, and he was standing there. I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you a deal today. I'm going to give you 10 minutes, and it's only going to cost you 25. He got mad at me. One time I'm sitting there, and he pulls his load of logs. I'm getting a tire changed on the trailer. They just got me finished. He stretches his load of logs right in front of my truck, so I can't get out. And he's standing outside my door and giving me all this grief over Liz Cheney. And, you know, she's good, she's brave, and all this stuff. So that's what I have to put up with down here. But, hey, our education system, don't expect this generation to grow up understanding or respecting what happened. Hey, they're telling girls they can be boys. They put sandboxes in the classroom because some girl claims
they identify as a cat. I've seen that story several times, and I don't know if that was for real or not. My son was talking about that as well. Yeah, I identify as a cat. I want a litter box in the girls' room, right? Yes, Pearl Harbor. You know, the Wikipedia breaks down. They say Japan intended the attack as a preventive action. The aim was to prevent the U.S. Pacific Fleet from interfering with their planned military actions in Southeast Asia against overseas territories, the UK, the Netherlands, and those of the United States. Over the course of 7 hours, they coordinated Japanese attacks on the U.S.-held Philippines, Guam, Wake Island, on the British Empire in Malaya, Singapore, and Hong Kong. Of course, it's a little before 8 o'clock in the morning, right? Hawaii time, when Pearl Harbor came under attack by 353 Imperial Japanese aircraft, fighters, level and dive bombers, torpedo bombers. Yeah, there were 2 waves of attack. Of the 8 U.S. battleships that were present at Pearl, all were damaged, 4 were sunk. All but the USS Arizona, of course, were later raised. 6 of them were actually returned to service and went on to fight in the war. Yeah, they also sank or damaged 3 cruisers, 3 destroyers, an anti-aircraft training ship, and 1 mine layer. More than 180 aircraft were destroyed. 2,403 Americans killed, another 1,178 wounded in the attack. Pearl Harbor, this date, the date, of course, that will live in infamy is the word. Haven't heard from Brain Dead in a while. What's happening, Brain Dead?
Oh, let's see, out here playing puddle jumper now, Steve, over here by Little Rock. Oh, whew. How you been?
Doing well. You've had plenty of rain as of late, right? And it sounds like you got plenty more on the way.
Yeah, the weatherman on TV when I was getting ready to leave tonight, watching a replay of the news, they're saying between 3 and 6 inches.
Wow.
And we need it, too, the way that the river being down like that. But I heard that Ranger was talking about the retail theft. We've been getting a lot of the small businesses broken into and getting the the smash, where they go in overnight, smash, and take off with a bunch of product. And he's right. The legal system just does not prosecute it. They're more worried about getting the drugs off the street. Okay, fair point. But in the black community, they look at getting arrested as a badge. They can go back to their homies there and say, "Hey, I got arrested for this," and their friends tell their friends, and then it's just a never-ending cycle. What can you do? I know Walmart now, if you use a self-checkout, they will stop you at the door and take you to the customer service, and they will literally go through line by line by line
and check the merchandise
that you right. But they don't want to stop somebody stealing, a TV or whatnot. it's crazy what it is, Steve. But you know, Tennessee's going to be playing Clemson in the Orange Bowl. Did you see that?
Yes, orange and the orange on orange there in the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, it's not like how Georgia has paid off the committee to play at home with the Peach Bowl. So I mean, we already know that's a conspiracy right there. But it's going to be a decent game. I mean, I know they said that 500 college kids have already entered the transfer portal, and it just depends on what the teams look like. It could be a good game, in other words, it could be a blowout. I mean, we don't have Hooker till next season. He tore his ACL, so like I said, anything can happen. But Steve, I was going to tell you, me and Dingbat were laying down the other night, getting ready to go to bed, and she said, "Hey, you want to play a game?"
Uh-oh.
I said, Yeah. What is it? What is it? She said, "What? A friend of mine told me about this game called Celebrity Hall Pass. You ever heard of it?"
Celebrity
said, no,
Hall
what is
Pass.
It? Said,
no.
Yep, Celebrity Hall Pass. I said, "No, explain it to me." She said, "Well, what it is you can pick one celebrity, and I cannot say nothing about it, and y'all two go and make mad, passionate love." I said, "Okay, well, who is yours?" She said, I'll take Brentley Gilbert, one of these country rap stars or whatever it is. I don't know." She said, I said, "Okay, well, that's not too bad." She said, "Well, who's yours?" I said, "The blonde cashier down at the Save-A-Lot." Bye to me.
Yeah, boy. You're in trouble now. 18 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, kind of talked last evening on the program about the lack of traffic out there. Is it another quiet night? Haven't had any messages at this point of just how quiet things have been. But as far as Monday, Tuesday, so many drivers saying, man, there's just no truck traffic and barely any car traffic out there. Had the one gentleman last evening up toward the Chicago area, and he said it's almost like as quiet as it was when everything was locked down in the early days of the pandemic. It's crazy. Where's all the traffic? We were talking about furloughs taking place at some of the LTL carriers, additional furloughs announced apparently on Monday for one of the big, well-known companies. With lesser amount of traffic out there, I'm assuming that means lesser amount of gas and diesel being consumed, and we just shared the numbers. The prices are coming down, down, down. Oil prices, price per barrel this past day. Trading on Tuesday, frenzied, they say. Oil, U.S. oil prices hit the lowest price this year. Brent crude finishing below $80 per barrel for just the second time this year. Investors fleeing the volatile market in an uncertain economy. Brent crude futures down $3.33 per barrel, settling at $79.35 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate was down $2.68 at $74.25 per barrel. Lowest settlement this year. Prices have dropped by more than 1% for 3 straight sessions now, giving up most of their gains for the year. More bearish news, unnerving investors. Despite the ongoing war in Ukraine and one of the worst energy crises in decades. It's been quite the 3 days with OPEC Plus deciding not to cut production further. That announcement came out Sunday. The toothless started the Russian price cap and sanctions yesterday, and a rout in the equity markets today. Oil speculators are charging for the exits amid a flight from risk assets, according to one leading oil analyst. Wall Street benchmarks also tumbled Tuesday. Uncertainty about the direction the Federal Reserve is going to go with rate hikes and more talk of an impending recession in this country. But the big drop this past day, the largest daily decline in Brent prices since late September, which is traded in the $62 range this year. The biggest swing in a single year since back in 2008. Of course, we recall the financial meltdown of 2008. Now, get a load of this market strategist for RJO Futures. He said, we could be looking at $60 per barrel West Texas Intermediate, the way things are going right now. I think 80s are going to be the new high, and I'd be very surprised to see anything higher than that. Everything's really just dramatically changed. Now, the oil market has also largely overlooked threats to supply, such as the one from the G7 price cap of $60 on Russian seaborne crude oil exports, which is likely to make the country cut their oil output. Russia said that they're not going to sell to anyone who signs up to that price cap. Russia's January to November oil and gas condensate production was actually up 2.2% from a year ago, so producing more. And, of course, in China, more and more cities are easing their COVID restrictions in light of the violence and the protest that had been taking there, prompting expectation of increased demand from China, although it's not been enough to stop the bleed in oil futures. But some of the numbers, crude prices from the past day. Oh, let's see what's going on with, Knucklebuster Impersonator.
Good morning there, Mr. Steve Summers. Yes, this is the unofficial Knucklebuster impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, I sent you a few news stories there. Somebody's got to fill in for the Knucklebuster while he's on his vacation. Well, first one I must address is they're closing down the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Did you happen to see that?
I did indeed.
Yes, well, I've been to Atlantic City, and I got news for you. That's going to be a big deal even up there, and you don't have to go to the museum to see the things that would make you say, what in the world is that? Boy, that boardwalk is full of some weird people. Well, actually, Uncle Buster claimed he's staying home, but I have it on Surefire News. He's actually been traveling the world, believe it or not. Believe it or not, on November 27th, he went to Central Thailand. He was fascinated at this. They're having a festival for feeding the monkeys, where they put monkey statues up and they put food on these platters and the monkeys come and eat. I thought that was a little strange, but, you know, he's got a little weird taste anyway. And from there, he went on to Qatar. Oh, boy, the Qatar. And December 2nd, Steve, do you like beauty contests? I mean, do you like watching the ladies out there?
Of course.
You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Qatar, they have a little odd idea. She batted her eyelashes and flashed her toothy smile for the television cameras at the Zen World Cup, a pageant held in the Qatar desert about 15 miles away from Doha. A soccer World Cup. What did they have? They had a beauty contest for camels. Boy, I ain't never seen a camel that looked very beautiful to me. I don't know about anybody else. Well, I just better get on to this. Yep.
That's one of the sideline attractions at the World Cup. Yeah, he sent that the camel beauty pageant among the World Cup's sideline attractions. It's true. They love their camels, right? All right, 844-844-3388, the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The results are in. The Associated Press has projected Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock will defeat Republican challenger Herschel Walker in Georgia's high-stakes Senate runoff election. While the Senate majority has already been decided, Warnock's victory in the last ballot box showdown of the 2022 midterm elections gives the Democrats a 51-49 margin and a bit of breathing room in their razor-thin control of the Senate. U.S. Department of Education federal contractor Accenture mistakenly sent emails to millions of student loan borrowers, informing them of their approval into the Biden administration's loan forgiveness program. Those approval emails were reportedly sent November 22nd and 23rd. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it at 844-844-3388. Lines available here on a Wednesday. Hello to Wheelchair Dave, checking in. Who says simply, I'd like all the country, the U.S. citizens, to take notice. Election decisions don't take multiple days or a week. Election results were reported before 11 o'clock this evening here in Georgia. Warnock, of course, returning to the Senate there. I don't know if it's different. The fact that, of course, you only had, that was, it was 2 names on the ballot. That's it. Versus a much larger ballot for the mid. I don't know, but does that make a difference? It shouldn't. And if you're putting the ballot into the machine to scan it, boom, it should be that simple. You should be able to have the results in a matter of hours in this modern day and age. Hey, you doing the Christmas shopping? You doing online shopping? This past day, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Federal Trade Commission and countless experts all offering the same advice when it comes to holiday shopping. If you're shopping online, don't use your debit card. Use a credit card. Of course, most debit cards would have either the Visa or the MasterCard logo on it. A lot of people think it's the same, but there is a difference. If a criminal steals your credit card information, they're not able to wipe out your checking account, which can happen if your debit card is compromised. Credit cards offer typically additional protections that debit cards do not offer. Even if your financial institutions covers thefts on your debit cards, it still immediately comes out of your account if there's fraud. And it could take weeks or longer to get it fixed. In other words, to get that money back in your account. Financial coach Cherry Dale explained credit cards are protected under the Fair Credit Billing Act, the FCBA. Debit cards are not covered by that. Now, only some debit card issuers may voluntarily offer protections because they are not required to do so. If you don't receive what you paid for, the FCBA allows you to dispute the charge on your credit card as a billing error. So, yeah, for more information, there is a difference between your credit card versus the debit card. Keep that in mind. All right, get back to the calls here. Got CB coming up in just a moment. First, it's JR, I believe. Good morning, JR.
Morning, Steve. Hey, we had some Kroger stores they closed because right before the virus hit, they closed because of theft. That's what they said it was. Too high in these cities.
Yeah.
We had one open 24 hours a day. They had some in Indianapolis. Problem was, only thing that was open was U-Scan. So people come in there with full carts and get up there and decide, I'm not going to wait on this U-Scan, and just leave it. These stores would have 15, 20 carts full of food up there in the front.
And they've got frozen goods and meat and things that are now probably not, they can't put it back on the shelf because it's bad.
Yep. Milk, eggs, yep. So they finally, before that virus hit, that's when they got rid of 24-hour stores. But, yeah, that's something else, theft is. But see where a truck driver got caught there right before Indianapolis. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, $13 million of cocaine in the truck. Somebody turned him in. They gave the police a hot tip and pulled him over. They had $13 million in cocaine in there.
Wow.
In Hendricks County, I think it's like Plainsfield. I think that's what that is, somewhere in there, Indiana. But, yeah, that's amazing. But, yeah, like I said, that's bad for our stores. It just depends on the neighborhood. You know, I don't want to try to be racist or nothing, but that's just what it is. But it's pretty bad. I got one store I go to. They said they're already $1 million in loss.
Mm-hmm.
Half of it's theft. That's a little bitty town too.
Wow.
So I don't know what they can do for it. And some of it's employees. They've hired people to work, and they had one guy went back there, and they had wine and stuff they're going to return. He went back there to open the bottles up, drinking them. Got him on camera.
I've heard at some of the big box stores, and it could be any of them, a Walmart, a Target, a Depot, Lowe's. I mean, any of them where, in some cases, employees that work like back in the stock area will take, like new merchandise, TVs or whatever, and they'll put them out in the dumpster and then come back later in the evening, like after hours, and pull the stuff out of the dumpster.
Yeah. It's like when I used to work for Aldi, they started selling liquor. Well, you go back here where the liquor was, and half the bottles be open or they'd be missing liquor. So they used to not sell liquor, then they got it back again, I guess. I ain't been over in a while, but yeah, it's just we got some stores where they lock up the liquor after you can't sell it after 10 o'clock at night or something, or I don't know what it is, but we got cages. They lock them up. People can't get in there. So, yeah, it's a big thing. I know that is a big thing. But you see where it's that FedEx driver, was he a truck driver or was he a delivery driver?
You know what? I meant to get back to that story last evening, the one that had the little girl that he had killed or whatever.
Yeah, killed the little girl. Was he a delivery driver in a van, or was he a regular truck driver? They're saying truck driver. Well, which was he delivering? And he saw the little girl in the neighborhood and scooped her out, or you know what I'm saying, or what the deal was. So
yeah. Okay.
I ain't heard no more about that. Yeah. But besides that, it's about it. It's been foggy here the last 2 nights over in Illinois. I'm going to get it again.
According to the story I'm looking at here, it says here it was a contract FedEx delivery driver.
Delivery driver, okay. That makes more sense. Yeah. I don't see how a FedEx truck driver would do,
Right.
driving a truck. That's why
I guess you called making deliveries in the neighborhood or whatever, and scooped up the little girl. Yeah, sure enough.
Spot out this little girl, been watching her, and all of a sudden he knew when to get her. Yep, but our weatherman said the 17th and 18th the weather's going to change on us here in Indianapolis. It's going to get cold. That's what he's predicting. The cold weather will be here by then.
Yeah, I'm seeing that there's a lot of folks that may actually, between now and Christmas, there's going to be a broad area that may see the white Christmas this year.
Yeah, I ain't ready for it. We've done had some snow over here, but I ain't ready for it.
Yeah, I don't. I'll take the white Christmas, but as soon as that's done, I'm ready for spring.
Yeah. I've been looking at trucks to trade, and man, they're still outrageous. They're just way too high on these damn used trucks.
Yep.
I don't know I thought the price was going to go down a little bit, but they're way too high. I don't know how people can afford $200,000 truck. That's just, that's amazing how much money they want for them. But that's about it. Like I said, our Kroger stores, we got theft like mad in them. So,
yep.
There's nothing you can do about it.
People going in, loading up on roasts and steaks and lobster and, whatever. They did get that high dollar stuff. All right. Hey, thanks for checking in, JR. Have a great morning. Couple of stories he brought up there. I saw that from CDL Life, Indianapolis. Yeah, and they've got the photograph there with the canine sitting in front of the table. And I mean, that's a lot of cocaine. Police recently intercepting hundreds of pounds of cocaine from the semi-truck on I-70 after what they called reliable information about a shipment of narcotics passing through the state. Going back to, I guess that was last Wednesday, after the Indianapolis Metro Police received information that they said would be passing through Marion County using a variety of investigative techniques. Police were able to locate the suspect vehicle, a semi-truck on I-70 at the mile marker 64 in Hendricks County. They brought in the canine who alerted to the presence of narcotics on the truck. They got the search warrant, and there's approximately 286 pounds or 130 kilos of cocaine. I mean, we're talking like $13 million street value. Texas-based truck driver Mauro Alonso Varga was arrested and now awaiting charges from the prosecutor's office. This investigation indicates the great work of our interdiction detectives and the partnerships they've formed with other agencies to locate and remove the narcotics off the streets. There you go. Hey, to anyone with information about this incident, they say, is asked to call Crime Stoppers in central Indiana. Cash reward of $1,000 may be available for information leading to a felony arrest. Guess what they're looking for is, where did that 286 pounds of cocaine originate from? Yeah, who are the characters involved with that? So there you go. Other story he mentioned, the FedEx. I meant to get to that story last evening. I don't think I got back to it. Yeah, because the news has been saying a FedEx truck driver, in the wake of the kidnapping and murder of a 7-year-old in Texas, allegedly at the hands of a contract FedEx delivery driver, scrutiny is mounting over whether shipping companies are doing enough to vet those thousands of drivers they hire each year to meet the demand during the holiday season. Athena Strand was her name. Her body was found Friday night after she went missing on Wednesday. According to Wise County Sheriff, investigators believe the suspect, a 30-year-old contract driver for FedEx named Tanner Horner, kidnapped the girl and killed her in what they call a crime of opportunity while making a delivery to her family's home there in North Texas. He has been charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. The sheriff said he admitted to abducting the girl when he was questioned. Spokesperson for FedEx issuing a statement to Fox Business that simply says, "Our thoughts remain with the family of Athena Strand during this most difficult time. Words cannot express our shock and sorrow surrounding this tragic event, but we continue to fully cooperate with the investigating authorities." Yeah, there's bad characters out there. Yeah, so just the local delivery guy. Crime of opportunity, as they called it.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, 10 before the hour. On a brighter note, in light of some of those sad stories, yeah, so many drivers out there have your furry co-pilots, right? Whether it's canine or feline. In this case, it was the feline co-driver. Reunited with the truck driver after going missing for over a month. Kitty Cat jumped out of the vehicle, and you'd think after that amount of time you're never going to see him again. Loki the cat lives and drives with truck driver Tim Allen, but he was making a delivery to a Walmart distribution center in Cumberland County, North Carolina, back in late October. Loki jumped out of the cab. Now, he searched the area for days, they say. Eventually, he had to hit the road again, and Loki was left behind to fend for himself. Well, this past Saturday, December 3rd, a Good Samaritan found the orange tabby, brought him to the Cumberland County Animal Services, wondering if he belonged to the truck driver. Animal Services contacted Allen, who was able to confirm, yep, that's my beloved co-pilot. Monday of this week, Allen's sister made it over to the animal shelter, and Loki is back in her hands. She's going to meet up with her brother Tim, and he will have his furry co-driver back on the road with him. There you go. Thought I'd never see him again. How about that? All right, CB, what's happening this morning?
Hey, Steve, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
Did your daughter get a car?
Indeed, she got it this past evening. Sure enough, she went with the Nissan, the Sentra, with 75,000 miles on it.
Cool. Yep. So
Now,
that'll probably last her a good time.
You were the one that told me about the GMC or whatever, and the issue about the timing.
Yeah, the Terrain. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, when we got the Carfax on that one, at some point in 2019. Indeed, pistons and piston bearings had been replaced, and I'm assuming that's probably a result of the timing chain thing, right?
Yep, because it probably hit the top of the valve, yep, because it's low tolerance, so yeah, it's not something you want to pick on there right there.
Yeah, so we kind of, we left that one go. Now, several people have told me that you need to be careful with these Nissans because there's some sort of a CVT transmission or something that tends to go out on them. So, yeah, I told her, I said, you got to get the extended warranty, and that's what she's going to do. So, I think they told her it's going to be like $150 a month. Does that sound right for an extended warranty? That seemed pretty steep to me, but.
Yeah. Well, now we went with on my wife's Terrain. And it's $100 a month. Of course, she's only got 40-some thousand on it, but the drivetrain's covered for, like 7 years. So that's the reason why she got it so cheap. But see, that's probably over its max on that.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
I mean,
is kind of steep.
Because several people had said that Nissans with the transmission, one guy said his son had one, went out at like 78,000 miles, and now it's got 160,000 on it, and it's out again.
Yeah, yep. They're kind of known for that, but I mean, a lot of them want you to go 100,000 miles before you even change the fluids in them and stuff, and it's just I don't agree with that, But that's the big thing. But the other question I had for you: have you seen the race that was down there in St. Louis at the late model race? It was on Flow Racing, but you can watch it on YouTube. And I'll tell you what, that track it almost looked like four-wheelers going at it because it had so many ruts in it. But, it was a good race. But then Tyler Herb won it. But apparently his dad passed away on Wednesday before the race right there in St. Louis.
Really?
Yeah, but the race, the guy, I'll tell you what, everybody that, if you want to watch a dirt late model race that somebody's, they're taking control of and they're up on the wheel, that's a race to watch right there.
So that was that the Gateway race, as they call it, the Gateway?
Yeah, the Dome.
Okay.
Yeah, the Dome. Yep, but you can watch it on YouTube, but it was on Flow Racing. And I know you used to have that.
I've got it.
You can watch it.
I just pulled up Flow Racing. I guess that's top story. The Gateway, key moments, retaliation, electricity, and emotion is the headline. So I'll have to I'll tune into that later this morning.
Okay. Yep. But that's pretty much all I had for you. Just making sure what you got there.
All right. Yeah, I didn't realize there was. I know this time of year there ain't a whole lot going on the dirt tracks, right? That's pretty much kind of the off season. So.
But if you want to watch a race, that feature race, there were so many ruts in that track, and it almost looked like dune buggies when they pop in there and then they catch a hold, and then they take off down the track.
Wow.
But those guys, they were up on the wheel. Whenever they hit them ruts, it almost looked like he's going to run into them, and then they kind of come out of it. So they handled them cars well. Yep, but that's all I had for you. But I appreciate you taking my call.
Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. I've seen some tracks which I've never really. Some tracks, I guess the preparation for these dirt races takes a lot. Yeah, to get these tracks in primo condition. But some locations, that track will be. Just smooth as silk all the way around. Others, they get ruts. To the point where you hit the rut and it'll flip the damn car. I've seen that on many occasions. So I bet they had some of that going on there at the Gateway. I will check that out. All right. All right, who we got? I guess Heatwave may be checking in. I'm so angry right now with them yahoos at OKC in Dallas. Yeah, not to mention the college-educated idiots at corporate. I think I'll call tomorrow morning. That way I can cool down and not be so rabid. Okay, so I guess maybe Heatwave's not, per se, going to call in this morning. I don't know what the hell he's got going on out there, but all right, take it easy, Heatwave. You don't want to be out there driving angry. Angry drivers do stupid things from time to time. All right, we're going to get our news break here. Who we got on board? Got the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Hey, I see. Hey, Mike. Then it looks like the Rubber Duck. Also checking in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News.
The results are in. The Associated Press has projected Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock will defeat Republican challenger Herschel Walker in Georgia's high-stakes Senate runoff election. While the Senate majority has already been decided, Warnock's victory in the last ballot box showdown of the 2022 midterm elections gives the Democrats a 51-49 margin. Here's Senator Raphael Warnock speaking to his constituents after the projected win.
The times are dark, but the light, the scripture says, shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcometh it not. I'm ready to keep doing this work. I can hear my dad of blessed memory say, get up, get dressed, put your shoes on, get ready. Are you ready, Georgia? I'm ready.
Breaking a record for the Peach State, 1.9 million Georgians voted ahead of time. Walker, in a concession speech in Atlanta, emphasized that we put up one heck of a fight. A new report says hackers with ties to the Chinese government stole at least $20 million in U.S. COVID relief benefits through Small Business Administration loans and unemployment insurance funds in more than a dozen states. Legendary tennis coach Nick Ballatieri died at his home in Florida over the weekend. He was 91 and coached at least 10 players that went on to reach world number 1 status across his career. He was also just the 4th coach to be inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. This is USA Radio News.
This view was worth the hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Some parents of the students who were murdered at the University of Idaho were told not to offer a reward for the capture of their adult child's killer, due to issues it may cause moving forward. As it turns out, what the higher education institution was trying to avoid may have already set in.
Officials at the University of Idaho say up to 40% of its student body isn't on campus following the murders of 4 students. The school's executive director of communications saying 60 to 75% of students are physically in the town of Moscow in the northwest part of the state. There were about 11,500 students who called the school home as of October. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Those holiday shipping deadlines are getting closer. FedEx says boxes sent with standard ground shipping must be received by December 14th. UPS is directing customers to their website for an estimate, and the post office says ground and first-class mail needs to go out by December 17th. The U.S. is no longer in the World Cup, and neither is Spain. Even though they tied Morocco 0-0, Morocco advances due to penalties. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Kind of surprised at the headline when it says congressional Democrats set to hand the president and the White House a defeat by including language in the annual defense policy bill that will repeal the COVID vaccine mandate for military, for U.S. troops. It should have never been mandated to begin with. Fox News has learned the National Defense Authorization Act will include a provision repealing the COVID vaccine mandate for service members. That bill is expected to be released today, Wednesday, and voted on by the House later this week. While the bill will remove the vaccine mandate for troops, they do say it will not reinstate service members who've already been discharged or had their benefits slashed for refusing to be immunized. Lawmakers on the House and Senate Armed Services Committee working on including language within the act that allows the Department of Defense to assess the status of service members impacted by the mandate. A further provision will mandate that the Pentagon study ways in which compensate service members who were punished for refusing to be vaccinated. The decision comes one day after the White House had reasserted their support of keeping that mandate in place. Defense Secretary Austin has been very clear that he opposes the repeal of that mandate, and the president actually concurs with the secretary that we need to continue to believe that all Americans, including those in the armed forces, should be vaccinated and boosted, according to the White House National Security Council coordinator for strategic communications. That's John Kirby. But I'm kind of surprised enough Democrats would actually go along with repealing that. I don't know, maybe some have finally seen the light. I've seen the light. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Well, good morning, Steve. Oh, how you this morning?
Hanging with them. Hey, what's going on? Mike.
Hey, everything's good, man. We went over to the stockyards over there in Fort Worth, had a good meal with some friends tonight, and had a great Mexican meal over at Joe T. Garcia's, and sat around there and looked at the Christmas atmosphere and just sat around and talked about old times and laughed and joked and cut up.
There you go.
Everything, It was a good day, man, good day. But, Steve, how long you been radioing now? About 18 years?
Well, I mean, as far as overall radio career, I started off when I was 15 years old. I was almost a couple months before I was 16. But as far as truck radio, I started in the trucking radio in 1996.
But you took over the show, what, 05?
04. Yeah, my dad retired in 04, so I fully took over in 04, yeah.
Well, ever since you've been on there, I always get to call you on December the 7th. And I know it's Pearl Harbor Day, but I reckon it's my Pearl Harbor Day because today I am 58 years cancer-free.
How about that? Yeah, I know you've called on multiple occasions to celebrate that anniversary. Yes, sir.
Every year we celebrate this anniversary together. I just thought I'd share that with you tonight. Debbie brought it up tonight when me and her was talking, and she said, well, you didn't tell me you was going to Joe T. Garcia's. I said, I told you to come on and go with me on the truck. You want to stay home? I said, you could have come out here. And I said, I enjoyed all this good Mexican food, thinking about you. Hot tamales and tacos and enchiladas. And had a couple of them tall margaritas. And but everything was good, man. But, hey, how bad did Warnoff end up beating Herschel? I ain't seen nothing on it.
It's showing 51% to 49. I mean, it was... a little less than one full percentage point, but.
Oh, well, I tell you, I am just disappointed. I mean, Herschel is a good fella. He was a good football player, but he didn't have no business in politics. I'm surprised. I mean, the RNC could have found a better candidate, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that it wasn't a blowout like everybody thought it was going to be. But man, that really got to me. When you were talking about it a while ago. And,
I'm looking at the numbers. I guess there's still a few. I'd say 98% reporting, but it was like 1,808,000 and some change for Warnock, 1,714,000. So I mean, less than 100,000 votes out of more than 3.5 million or something. So,
well, I reckon everybody got out in force. I was listening to some of that stuff today when I was coming into Fort Worth, and that lieutenant governor over there, and if he's on board with the Republican Party, he sure didn't help them none, because he was making some pretty outlandish remarks about Herschel not being able to, he wasn't able to fulfill the seat. Well, we were looking just to win to where we could hold them at bay. I mean, the only hope we got is Joe Manchin will stick to the Republican Party and help us out there and kind of, give us that one vote back that we lost. But it's, I tell you, it's a mess. Then they already fighting over who's going to be the Speaker of the House over there. I mean, they need to cut this mess out. Let's get together, get our head together, get this country rolling. Get old Joe T. Biden quieted down and go on about our business,
Mm-hmm.
But Steve, you was talking about truck tonnage being down last night. I was gonna call you last night, and man, when I got into Houston, it was a mess going across there yesterday. Rain, fog, there was wrecks all over the place. I would give out, but I did listen to a little bit of the show last night. And I'm noticing that I'm not seeing these big LTL carriers as much as you figure they'd be just getting it done right now because, this is the Christmas rush.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, they said early in the year that everybody was going to go back to shopping at the stores and going to, leave Amazon alone this year. And but I reckon it didn't happen. I don't know. I mean, I can't explain it, but at nighttime, these truck stops are full. You can't even find a parking place. If you ain't in a parking place by nighttime, it's going to be a mess. I mean, this one here at Hillsdale is full. I mean, it is jam full, running over. You can't park another truck in here nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing a lot of empty flatbeds rolling through. I don't know if they come up out the valley or they going down or what, but I see a lot of empty flatbeds sitting around. That ain't a good sign, because usually, them flatbeds, they move the building commodities, the lumber and everything. And well, matter of fact, what I'm telling you, I'm looking at 6 sitting right here across from me that's empty. So I don't know whether they're waiting on the load tomorrow or what they're going to do.
Yeah. So I mean, all this week, I mean, Monday morning, Tuesday morning, a lot of drivers saying, man, it's just been like a deserted terrain out there that ain't hardly any trucks rolling.
Well, I noticed that last night coming into Houston. Of course, I was late. I was running 3 hours behind schedule, tied up in all them wrecks. And once we got clear of them, I mean, there was a couple of us that had been running along there together. And once we cleared them wrecks and got back to rolling and, and everything got out that fog, we could kind of roll along. There wasn't even no cars out last night.
Mm.
And that was about 11, 12 o'clock. I mean, it was spooky last night going around Houston, around the Beltway. I mean, anytime you go around through there, I don't care what time of day you're going through there, you're going to run into a hiccup, sail right on through there, It's kind of spooky to what's going on. I mean, I think the stock market is disintegrated again today. They had another big sell-off.
And a big, big drop in the price of oil per barrel. You heard that. And that's because they're thinking everything's slowing down.
Yep, that's right. And, that was something else I was going to bring. I'm glad you mentioned that. what barrel? A barrel of oil down now to what, $68 a barrel?
That was, I think, closed at 75, but that's, I mean, yeah, they said lowest price they've seen like this year.
I was looking at it one time today. It was down. It must have went up a little bit, but I mean, you know, all of a sudden, we're not hearing about these fuel shortages. I don't know if you're seeing any of it or hearing anything about it, but all of a sudden, now that the Republicans got control of the House, all of a sudden, all these shortages just disappeared overnight. It seemed like. And we were talking about that tonight at the supper table, and I said, you know, I don't know, man. I said, we're in uncharted water right now. I said, this next 2 years it's going to be a exciting 2 years to see what's going to happen. But the other thing I wanted to bring up is these truck drivers that don't know what these blue signs mean in the parking lot with that man sitting in the wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
That's for handicap parking, and these truck stops are starting to crank down on it. And when I pulled in today, I got a place over here that I stop here a lot, and there was a truck sitting there, and he didn't have a placard. And I said, "Hey, man, you might want to put that placard on if you got one." I ain't got one. I said, "Well, you know, that's a reserved place for a handicapped person that's coming in. Well, they handicapped. They don't need to be driving a truck."
Oh, yeah, he's talking. He's talking to you.
Yeah, he's talking to me. I said, "Okay, old boy." I said, "You have a good day now." And I went in there and told him. I told the manager. I said, "Hey, you got a truck out there in the handicapped spot." He said, "Oh, really?" So he goes out there and tried to talk to the dude. The dude said, "I ain't moving. I'm off my clock. I can't move the truck, and I ain't moving." He said, "Well, sir," he said, "you are parked in a handicapped spot, and you ain't got no ticket. And if I call the law out, it's a $650 ticket for you." He said, "Now, I'm giving you a chance to move the truck." He said, "Well, you do what you got to do." Well, in just a minute, here come the police down there.
Yeah.
He got him a nice $650 Christmas gift. I said, "Sir, the SOB right." But I mean, was just trying to be nice to him because I knew what was going to happen.
I mean, but
and a lot
did he realize he was talking to a guy that had a prosthetic arm? He said, "Oh, if you're handicapped, you shouldn't be driving a truck."
Man, this guy was brain dead. I mean, he I don't know where he was from. He had Minnesota wrote on his door, but
yeah,
you know how it is. But you run into him every day, man. I sure didn't want to see it happen to him, but I figured out that he had to be such a hard ass, I'd just teach him a good, easy lesson real quick.
Hey, I just got a message from Tom Kelly there at TNC Radio. He said, "Many blessings and congratulations to our dear friend Monkey Gouger on this momentous day from TNCRadio.live."
Oh, that's my old buddy Tom Kelly. Yeah, I call him every now and then when the schedule allows. I've been sleeping in the daytime, running at night, and last week I had Mama on the truck and didn't get a chance to call him and talk to him. But yeah, I do call and aggravate them on occasions. They get, he's a good fella. I like old Tom Kelly. He's a mess now.
Yes, sir.
That whole crew over there is a mess. But Steve, we're going back on out of here. I just wanted to holler at you tonight because we loading and going up to Lubbock in the morning. And then we're going to haul buggy to the house, and then we're going to take us about a 3-week siesta.
3 weeks? Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, we're going to shoot them duck, man. We got them duck coming in over there. I ain't never seen ducks in South Carolina the way they down there right now in that river swamp. They everywhere down there.
Okay, well, good luck.
So,
bag you some ducks.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Steve.
Be safe out there. Good to hear from you. All right, we'll get to Mike in just a moment. Otherwise, from our friends at TNCRadio.live. Remember, stick around after the overnight drive this Wednesday morning. First of all, 5 a.m., you got Shannon Courier's Southern Route. Starting at 6 a.m. Eastern, it's Shelley and Kathy with an all-new Women Road Warriors. Finally, Sarah brings an all-new episode of Supply Chain News on Thoughts and Coffee. All of our supply chain discussion there. Drive safely and stay healthy. Tom Kelly there at TNCRadio.live.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, where'd we leave off there? Got an email from Craig who says, hey, as far as that extended warranty, before your daughter buys that, maybe do a little search. Search out complaints on the company that she's going to use. A lot of them will take your monthly payments, of course. But then when you go to put in a claim, they'll use every excuse in the book to not pay. All right. I believe they're actually the dealership where she got the vehicle. She's supposed to go back Saturday, I think it is, I guess, to get the paperwork. Yeah, they're handling the extended warranty thing there, so I have no idea what the company would be, and I guess there's probably a lot of third-party operators. Well, hell, all I got to do is wait for the phone to ring and somebody say, hey, we're calling about your extended car warranty, right? Hey, what's going on?
What do you say this morning, Your Honor? I guess we ought to start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
The day that will live in infamy.
There you go.
Yeah, hump day.
So over there in Qatar or Qatar or whatever that is out there, where they're kicking the little white egg around there, trying to, and apparently the Spain and so whoever they played, they couldn't accomplish anything but chasing it back and forth. They couldn't even get a goal scored, so they
0-0.
0. Yeah, wow, that's exciting to me. So I don't know. I guess they got some way that the team with the least penalties is actually the winner. If you got more penalties than the other team, you lost because of the penalties or something.
That apparently that's what it sounds like on the news. Lesser penalties was the winner.
Yeah.
How about that?
Wonderful. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I got to agree with your last emailer there about the extended warranty. I'd be kind of really leery about that, because even though you're getting it through the dealer, it's not from the dealer. It's not from the manufacturer. It's a an aftermarket type deal. So
third party.
You got to be careful. You're not getting extended warranty for your car like one of our listeners had for home warranty on his stuff there. Oh, wait a minute. You had a home warranty on some of your stuff too, didn't you?
Yeah, and they weren't worth the crap. They didn't want to pay. They said, "Oh yeah, go to page 5, clause number blah blah blah." And if you look there, says in the fine print, we can offer you $100 on your appliance if it's and that's what. So I'd given them like $550 for 1 year of extended, homeowner, appliances and whatnot. Dishwasher was the item that went out. And the service guy comes out here and he turns the paperwork in and, they say, yeah, well, we'll give you $100 on a new one. Just send us the receipt when you buy it and we'll give you $100.
Yeah. So just, as I say, you gotta go through the fine print and who they are and just make sure that they are. And a lot of times you don't have to buy the extended warranty at the time of the purchase of the vehicle. You still have 30, 60, 90 days from that time to still be able to purchase that extended warranty. So don't let them think you got to bully you right into having to do it right now while you're taking the car off the lot.
Mm-hmm.
So have her check into that a little bit before. But you guys know what you're doing. You've been through it before and you know all about it. So, but anyways, there. I don't know. It sounds to me almost like with Heatwave not calling in that he might be sitting at home there. Maybe he had a couple whiskeys or something like that, and is maybe his regular dispatch deal there that he was supposed to have got canceled or something, and he's got set home or something maybe that he's got this issue going on, but yeah, you're right. He probably ought to take another night and cool off before he calls in there. It sounded like a good idea from his email, but anyways, there, I don't know. We got us probably looks like the same night that you guys got going on out there, weather-wise there. We got misty, icky kind of stuff. Got some fog in places. Haven't really seen the heavy rain yet, but I guess there's places there's been showers off and on.
Yeah.
Roads are all good and wet. Lots of road spray. I don't know. I probably saw close to somewhere between a half dozen and 10 different places where there was incidents with either cars, at least by themselves, that spun out
or whatever. Well, hold that thought. We're up to news break.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
We may not know tonight who won the Senate runoff election in Georgia. That's according to election officials in Georgia. This, as more than 1.8 million voters have cast a ballot so far, and many more are still voting. President Biden is highlighting his administration's effort to boost U.S. semiconductor manufacturing.
The United States is better positioned than any other nation to lead the world economy in the years ahead if we keep our focus.
On Tuesday, the president visited the site of a Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company in Phoenix, Arizona, which recently got a boost from the recent passage of the CHIPS and Science Act. A jury says the Trump Organization is guilty on all counts in its New York tax fraud trial. The former president has called the trial politically motivated, and Trump Organization attorneys say they'll appeal the guilty verdict. USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I got a handful of additional industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. What else on the list? Let me get back and finish up with horse feathers there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so anyways, yeah, we come upon a few wrecks there yesterday there, apparently the wet roads and stuff, and I don't know if there was enough oil in the roads there that caused them to be a little extra slippery or whether people were just driving with their heads up their butts as normal.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, a few of them, somewhere around a half dozen I see, and a few of them there were one-car deals there and up and off the road and into the rhubarb, and a couple of them there multi-cars, and come across one two-car one. If I'd been probably 30 seconds earlier, I might have been right in the middle of all that by the looks of it there, because there was only like 6 or 8 people stopped by the time I got pulled up to it there when people were all stopping trying to get around. But, anyways, but hey, that FedEx deal with that contract driver. Now, when FedEx hires these contract drivers, are they hiring just them individually, or do they come from like a business will have like 10 or 12, drivers that they supply to FedEx that FedEx really wouldn't even have a whole lot of knowledge and wouldn't really do any hiring other than just saying, hey, we're contracting to this service and they're providing, 10 drivers or whatever, or 10 drivers with vehicles and they're going to go around in their own little vans or whatever and deliver our packages. So, I don't even know how much FedEx even was involved in the hiring or any type of background check or anything of that nature or what that guy was. But anyways, I was also going to say that listening to Mike Monkey Gouger there a few times back there, I guess I'm going to be a thorn in his side from now on if he ever comes to the Mid-Atlantic, because I I got reprimanded the other day for overachieving there in my driving down the highway there. I was trying to get something accomplished in less time than I had to do it, so we tried to make it get done, and they didn't like the fact that I got the work done. So, so now I've been informed that I have absolutely no reason to drive over any of the posted speed limits. So in order to make sure I don't drive over the posted speed limits, I'm driving somewhere between 2 to 3 miles an hour under the speed limits. So, but anyway, so when Monkey Gouger's up here, and he's got to get around me because I absolutely refuse to drive in the right lane where traffic's getting on and off on all these roads. He can just call the people I work for. And
wait a minute, you're going to be left lane Louie?
No, I just set out in the second lane. There, and on these 3, 4, 5 lane highways there. But nope, I won't. I will not be in the right lane where traffic's trying to get on and off. So, but yeah. Anyways, there I'm out in the middle somewhere. I'm always somewhere out in the middle there. But yeah, there's lanes to the left if you want to go by, and there's lanes to the right, and heck, a lot of people just use the shoulder at this point around here at the Mid-Atlantic area. They just get right out there and get right down the road on the show. You know, I guess like what that guy that hacked Gilligan's Facebook's account there says there. If they didn't want you to drive on the shoulder, they wouldn't pave it, right? So anyways, I guess that's the whole theory behind that. But anyways, that's about what we got going for you here. Just kind of hanging out another day there and see where we all end up. And I don't know, our traffic's it's probably not quite as heavy as it normally is, but it's pretty good moderation out here for a normal Wednesday morning. And just see a lot more seeming like they're camping out on the shoulders now. We got a lot more starting to camp out on the shoulders. So at some point probably sooner than later, the state police are going to be out here waking everybody up there, giving them one of them tickets like that guy got for parking in the handicap spot there, because it is against the law to park on the shoulder in Maryland. So even though there's no truck parking, you can't park on the shoulder either. So
right.
But
well, just stay out of the left lane, because you got world champion bull haulers out there that are coming by at a high rate of speed.
That's right. Well, as I say, they got the left lane, they got the right lane, and they got both shoulders. So they can have at it.
All right. Have a good morning, Horse Feathers. Stay out of that left lane. All right. I thought he was getting around to seeing as I was exceeding the speed limit. Yeah, they're going to govern my truck. Make sure I don't exceed the speed limit. Which we did get an update this past day, and not really new information, but truck drivers' concerns over the proposal to require speed limiters on most commercial vehicles are evident. According to the regulations.gov website, 15,600 plus comments have been submitted to the FMCSA regarding that notice about a potential speed limiter mandate. The turnout has been dramatically larger than most FMCSA notices. Sometimes you'll be lucky to see 1,000 or 2,000, 5,000, probably usually a big number of comments, 15,600, and they're still taking comments. That's incredible. And an overwhelming majority of those comments come from individual truck drivers opposing this requirement. Okay, I'm sorry. So they're not still taking comments, although the comment period ended in July and no new notices have been released. They say OOIDA's still continuing to field phone calls every week from drivers who want to know what's happening. As we come to the close of 2022, it's maybe a good time to catch everybody up on what we know and what we don't know, they say. All right, what's happened thus far? Attempts to mandate speed limiting devices. It's not a new idea. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration published a report on that topic all the way back in 1991. And the American Trucking Association petitioned to limit trucks to 68 miles per hour back in 2006. The effort resurfaced in 2016 when the FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration issued a joint notice of proposed rulemaking That proposal was shelved as well after a new administration took office in, 2017. Hey, Mr. Trump. Now, this past May, new life again was breathed back into the old idea when the FMCSA issued their supplemental advance notice of proposed rulemaking. Under the initial proposal, vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of 26,001 pounds or more, equipped with an electronic engine control unit capable of being governed, will be subject to the mandate. Now, according to the DOT's latest report, they have targeted June the 30th of next year for the release of this proposal. Don't be surprised, they say, if it's much later in the year before they actually unveil a formal proposal. FMCSA Administrator Robin Hutchison told us several months ago that June 30th is just an estimate and that they're going to be tasked with reading thousands of comments and evaluating the cost, the safety benefits, and the regulatory options before they can move forward. And yet, as far as the comments, they've got a whole lot more comments than they ever thought they were going to receive. Now, what we do not know, they say, is quite a bit. The advance notice lets the public know that they're taking a strong look at a speed limiter mandate, but it does not include a formal proposal. Only when that happens will we know what speed that they're looking to limit trucks to and exactly which vehicles would be subject to the mandate. They're using the comments from the advanced notice to determine the speed. 60 miles per hour, 65, 68 have all been considered, as well as we decide should we exempt older trucks. According to the advance notice, they're also considering making the rule apply only to commercial motor vehicles manufactured after the year 2003. As far as who wants this, well, it's been historically and to this day the safety groups and the big carriers who already require their trucks to be speed limited. They are the main proponents behind this push for speed limiters. So there you go. What we know, what we don't know. Rubber Duck. Good morning, Rubber Duck. What's happening?
How do I follow those two legendary heroes of mine? Monkey Gouger. I wasn't even born when he started his cancer battle. I'm 57, so congratulations. That's he beat it when there really wasn't anything to help him beat it.
Yeah.
And Horace Feathers, we love you, brother. My Marylander, my fellow Marylander. I think I'm coming home. I don't know. Thank you for your tribute to my father earlier today.
Yes.
When you started the show.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that was you. I did not realize Jeff was the Rubber Duck. I didn't know that.
Well, I try to. Oh, thanks, man. He's a good dude. Car warranties, man. We bought a Jeep back in April, and this is the worst thing. We bought it from the boss's family's car dealership that I haul for. 124,000 miles on it. Beautiful, beautiful Jeep. Ran great. Drove it a little bit. It started wobbling and doing weird things when she was hitting the brakes on it. We went back to them and they said, hey, you got the warranty on it. Take it to a shop. Well, the suggestion was put a steering stabilizer on it. Well, the steering stabilizer was under the $100 warranty, so I just paid out of pocket for that. We have fought with this Jeep to the point went to the Chrysler dealership, and I had to ask my dad right before he passed to help me write a $6,200 check to get the Jeep back, because none of it was covered under the extended warranty that was included in the finance contract. And those people are set to where they can trigger you you will get so mad you will fire the extended warranty people while the car is in the shop.
Wow.
Just to save the $2,000 that you're paying on the warranty, you'll write the check to $6,200 to get your excuse my language, to get your Jeep back. I'm sorry, I put the brakes on real quick. We were going downhill pretty fast. We almost jackknifed there, but we still have the same payment on the Jeep that we had when we bought it with the extended warranty. I now have no warranty on it. The traction control loss, the check engine light, the low power that was part of what we paid for, about half of it, is happening again to the Jeep, to where I think it's a wiring harness issue. If you believe what we read on YouTube, I don't believe anything on YouTube anymore. They don't have the Steve Summers show on there. So, to me, it's controlled. But
yeah, right.
We do what we can do with the thing, and we're stuck with it. The same payment. So I hope change the fluids, put some Hot Shot Secret in it. Talk to them. Talk to Chris.
Somebody said
CVTs.
That's a good candidate for shift restore. Yes.
I don't know, because the CVTs are different. That's why I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's why we have to ask Chris. With the CVT transmissions, they are different than the first, second, third. I mean, hell, we have 10-speed automatic transmissions in pickup trucks now. Do you realize that?
Oh, wow.
In a F-150? Yeah, F-150, you got a 10-speed automatic now. We never, we were lucky to get a 10-speed manual in a truck back in the day. But, the warranty thing, it's not worth the paper it's wrote on. And the sad part is they take advantage of people that buy these cars from these big buy here, pay here places, and they got a good payment on them because they're trying to start over.
Mm-hmm.
And they put a warranty on it, and they lose the car, and they get hit for, twice the price of what the car was worth. And they get their credit dinged, and they got to fight. And it's just, if you look at it, if we look at where they're all tied into, it's not a conspiracy theory, but they all pretty much have a D next to their name when they vote.
Mm-hmm.
At these buy here drive times. That's the funny thing about Carvana and their little thing. Carvana is drive time. It's the same family. Drive time sold you your nice car for the people with good credit. Drive time would sell you your car for people that, have just got their job again and are trying to get back on their feet. And some of the stuff I take to these people, it hurts. It makes me want to quit the business. I just said I love my boss for helping me out today, but I've also told my boss, I said, if your brother doesn't help me on this Jeep and this bill, I said, you and I are going to have a hard time. He said, well, that's where you're going to have to divide the line. Is it a personal relationship or is it a business relationship? And that's where I had to sit down and think, what would my dad do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, my dad wouldn't quit a job. My dad would probably be pretty PO'd every time he had to go and deliver cars there, and think he got slapped in the face. But my dad would get up every day and he would do what he was supposed to do. So get up, and the best thing I can do is get myself better where I can trade that nasty little Jeep away and get something that's brand new. Maybe get some. That's the worst thing. Here's the car hauler guy, okay? I've farted in everybody's brand new car. I'm sorry, you go to Subaru, so I've gone to Lafayette. I might have farted in yours. Somebody drives your new car before you get it. It's not new. You know what I mean? But I would love to have something that didn't have 1,000 miles on it, 300 miles on it. But my thing was to get the kids to where they needed to be.
Yes, sir.
And get them on track. And the question I have to ask you, when your dad passed before you, your mom was still alive, correct?
Yeah, my mom is still alive. Lumpy was not my birth mom. She was like stepmom. So yeah, my mom's still alive. No.
Yeah. Still by herself down there in Florida because she didn't want to leave her crew down there?
No,
is that pretty much it?
Lumpy did pass away. So she's gone now too. But yeah, my actual birth mom is still alive, just lives about 1.5 miles away from me.
That's the hard part now, Steve, is I think I need to go live about 1.5 miles away from my mom, and she's down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't ask her to leave her people. She's been down there for 25 years. They're in churches and they're connected, and she's 90. We talked to her today, and she was a little lost, but that's to be expected. But I don't know if anybody needs a good lowboy guy or a good car hauler down in Florida. If somebody wants to shoot us a message, I'd appreciate it. I'm kind of looking at gray skies and no leaves on the big family tree back here right now. Just a little lost. That's all.
Yeah, I get you. I'm sorry for your loss there, man. I know it's going to be a tough time. So
I appreciate it. It was not a club I wanted to join, Steve. It was not. And the weird thing was last night I got in like the first 45 minutes of the show as I was kicking the cars off, and right as I took the picture of my logbook with like 19 minutes left on the E-log, playing the split sleeper thing, and I always screw that up. I got in the dealership and I laid down and I said my prayer, and then I got up this morning and I thought I did everything right, and I wound up getting a violation as I was driving home. And I got that phone call I pulled off on the side of the road because I looked and I was like, Mom's calling. That's not good. Mom calling at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I pulled over and took it. But the best part was nobody said nothing about the E-log thing. Nobody cares. I had some small dealers that had cars that had to be to the auction for tomorrow because it wasn't just my job of hauling them there. It was them flipping them, them making their money, and everybody understood. Everybody said, "Hey, Jeff, man, you can come get them next week. Get them up there next week. You're okay. Just hold up a day." And I can't thank everybody enough for that. So anyway, I'm not going to bring anybody down. I'm being happy about this, okay? We got to go work in a couple hours. Love you, Steve.
All right. Yeah. Thank you much, man. That's tough. Yeah, the phone call, lost your daddy's gone. Okay. Yeah, what are we looking at? About 5 before the hour, news break. Rolling toward the midnight hour on the West Coast, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I may have to get me a movie ticket. I mentioned several weeks ago that the new Avatar is going to be coming out here. And I guess they give the early release for some of the movie critics. They get the first look. And if the first press reactions are any indication, the long-awaited sequel to the fantasy epic is actually being described as better than the original from back in 2009, which that seldom ever happens. Sequels are notorious for not even beginning to live up to the original film, right? In this case, they're saying it is better, both in the story and in the cutting-edge visual effects. Yeah, while some people are kind of chiding Cameron for the length of the film, this thing is more than 3 hours in length. Or maybe he took issue with the sheer number of characters and storylines that it follows. Seems like pretty much everybody is impressed or overwhelmed is the word they're using by the film's underwater visuals. Just a couple of reactions from some of the critics as some of the first journalists who got to see the film for the first time at the London premiere on Tuesday. Full critic reviews are going to be posted, they say, on December the 13th. First, Mike Ryan says, you better never bet against James Cameron. I'm trying to spare any hyperbole here, but I have never seen anything like this from a technical or a visual standpoint. It's overwhelming, maybe too overwhelming. Yeah, sometimes I would miss some of the plot points because I'm staring at a Pandora fish. And I rewatched the first Avatar over the weekend and basically settled on, well, that was fine. But the sequel, this is so much deeper, better, as far as the character development. One other here, let's see, from the Collider review. Pretty incredible. I had faith that James Cameron would raise the bar with the effects, but these visuals are mind-blowing. One stunning frame after the next. But the thing I dug the most is how the technical feats always feel in service of the character and world building, and just one after another, saying it is an absolute stunning film. So I'm thinking I need to take that in on the big screen. I'm the kind of guy that waits. I'll wait for the DVD and watch it at home. But all right, maybe time for a movie ticket. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
We may not know tonight who won the Senate runoff election in Georgia. That's according to election officials in Georgia. This as more than 1.8 million voters have cast a ballot so far, and many more are still voting. President Biden is highlighting his administration's effort to boost U.S. semiconductor manufacturing.
The United States is better positioned than any other nation to lead the world economy in the years ahead if we keep our focus.
On Tuesday, the president visited the site of a Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company in Phoenix, Arizona, which recently got a boost from the recent passage of the CHIPS and Science Act. More than half of those responding to a new Gallup survey say rising prices have caused financial hardship for their households. More from Rich Johnson.
55% of the 1,800 people responding to the November Gallup survey blame rising prices for their hardship. A year ago, 45% responding to that same question said they were experiencing hardship. And since August, the numbers remain fairly steady, actually dropping a point from October to November.
A new report is shedding some light on a group of overseas hackers.
A new report says hackers backed by the Chinese Communist government stole millions of dollars in U.S. COVID relief benefits by compromising at least 6 U.S. government networks. China-based hacking group known as APT41 stole at least $20 million through Small Business Administration loans and unemployment insurance funds in more than a dozen states. 5 of its members have been indicted by federal prosecutors but remain at large. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A jury in New York is convicting the Trump Organization of criminal tax fraud. One of the Trump Organization attorneys says they'll be appealing the verdict. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Democrats are considering adding permitting reform for pipelines and other energy projects to the Defense Department's annual funding bill. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton tells Fox News he's not a fan of the move.
None of these have anything to do with our troops. And if the Democrats insist on adding these extraneous measures to the defense bill, Republican senators should filibuster it.
Time is of the essence when it comes to getting those packages to your loved ones for the holidays.
Shipping companies are announcing deadlines customers should follow to ensure delivery of packages before Christmas. FedEx says boxes sent with standard ground shipping must be received by December 14th, with Express Saver and 3-day freight options available up to December 20th. UPS is directing customers to visit their website for an estimate on ground shipments, but 3-day select service is available up to December 20th. The U.S. Postal Service says retail ground and first-class mail parcels and envelopes need to go out by December 17th. The USPS priority mail deadline for most military bases is this Friday. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
A man is under arrest for allegedly throwing an egg at King Charles. This is the second time the king has been egged. The latest egging suspect is currently in custody to be questioned. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, back at it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. There you go. Welcome into a Wednesday. Yeah, December the 7th. 81 years ago, the attack on Pearl Harbor. Yeah, of course, I wasn't alive. I have no recollection. Yeah, but I do know the history. Yeah, someone earlier, I think was Monkey Gouger brought up, not hearing as much about shortages as far as fuel and whatnot like we had several months ago. I guess there's still a few issues out there. Iowa has extended the disaster emergency declaration. Yeah, their issue is the avian flu thing, the bird flu. Des Moines Register reporting that commercial operations in that state have lost nearly 15.5 million chickens, turkeys, and other birds. So part of that emergency, which now goes to the end of December, motor carriers are allowed to move loads of up to 90,000 pounds in response to the disaster without needing to obtain a permit on non-interstate highways. Also, hours of service for motor carriers and commercial vehicles for loads related to the disaster response have now been extended under this order. Meanwhile, when it comes to I pulled up the latest from the Oil Price Information Service. Yeah, seeing as it appears there's less commercial vehicle traffic, prices per barrel have been coming down. Yet, where are the inventory numbers? I find it kind of odd. Crude oil inventories dropped for the fourth week in a row this week by 6.42 million barrels, according to the American Petroleum Institute data from this past day, after dropping 7.85 million barrels the prior week. I mean, these are almost double what the analyst anticipated as far as the number of barrels drawn down. Crude inventories have grown by just 6 million barrels so far this year. Yeah, meanwhile, crude oil stored at the Strategic Petroleum Reserves, of course, sunk by nearly 32 times that figure, 206 million barrels. SPR now contains the least amount of crude oil since 1984. But the drawdown in commercial inventories as the Department of Energy released 2.1 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in the week ending December the 2nd, leaving now just 387 million barrels. In the week prior, the API reported a large draw in crude inventories, 7.85 million barrels. At the same time, West Texas Intermediate prices fell sharply this past day as the markets reacted to the weak G7 price cap on Russian crude and the status quo notice from OPEC Plus earlier this week that actually ended without a production cut as some had feared. A little before 4 o'clock Eastern this past afternoon, West Texas Intermediate was trading at $74.43 per barrel. Now, that's a decrease of roughly $4.50 a barrel from just the past week. Brent crude was trading down in excess of $3 per barrel at $79.64. So Brent is down like $5.50 per barrel on the past week. Crude oil production again stayed at 12.1 million barrels per day for the fourth week in a row, ending November the 25th. Now, that's 400,000 barrels per day more than the levels that we saw at the start of the year, but still 1 million barrels per day less from what we were producing at the start of the pandemic. Let's see, gasoline inventories. The API reported a build in gas inventories this week of 5.93 million barrels on top of last week's 2.85 million barrel build. Distillate stocks also building this week, up 3.5 million barrels on top of last week's 4 million barrel increase. Inventories there at our big storage facility, Cushing, Oklahoma. Inventories up by 30,000 barrels in the week ending December 2nd. Compared to the week prior's decrease of 150,000 barrels. All right, West Texas was trading at $74.32 shortly after the data numbers were released this past day. All right, let's see. Hey, Steve, it's been all over the news down here for the last month. WSB Television. That's Atlanta, right? WSB saying that these car warranty companies are not paying up. Is that the word? Hello, Wheelchair Dave.
Hey, Steve, and your listening audience. Yes, on that, you like to look up stuff on the internet and stuff, so when you get a chance there, you type in those car companies on that WSB. They've been really... that's been one of the top stories for like the last 30 days on those warranty companies. But if I can first, Rubber Duck, my prayers are definitely with you on your father's passing, and just remember all the good times about your father and keep all those memories close to your heart there, Rubber Duck.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
So I guess the big cookie goes to Jimmy tonight on the cancer-free, and then kudos on the handicap parking. I love it. Those $600 tickets sure don't help out the people, do they?
Well, I mean, you know, when you come right out and tell them, hey, you know, if I'm going to drop a dime, you said, yeah, do whatever you want, do what you want to do.
That's some pretty interesting stuff. I had to do that one time. I went to one of these light show things where you drive your car through, and at the end of the car, or the lights, the Christmas lights things, there was this limousine, big old stretch limousine, parked and blocking all the handicap parking.
Yeah.
Didn't make me very happy. I had to, go over and get the police there to handle that. So.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason your handle is Wheelchair Dave, correct?
There you go. There you go. Hey, again on those car companies now, on those car warranties. Some of those things on the fine print, some of the shops, like they'll build it in the loan and stuff, but the deal is they'll only work on it at that shop. So if she breaks down in Kentucky or Indiana or something like that, that vehicle's going to have to be towed back to that shop to be worked on, and no other shop. So you might want to read a little bit and ask some questions on that.
Okay.
That stuff.
I will do that because it's honestly, like I mentioned earlier, I did I think it was America's Home Shield first, and then I did a different company, and neither one of them were worth a flip as far as like the home appliances and all that. The advertisement is, we cover all your appliances, your heating, your air conditioning, and if it breaks down, we will repair or replace. But they don't say anything about, in the fine print, if your dishwasher's X number of years old, we'll give you $100. I've never dealt with a third-party warranty company before.
Well, that's what all these car warranties are. They're all third-party. When you watch that story on WSB, pull that up and watch that, you're gonna come away with a lot more knowledge. Because I'll tell you what, they really put a lot of these companies over the coal.
Wow.
They use other parts. They don't use new parts. They go in and get the junkyards and pull out parts. Some of these you got to go in and pull your own parts out. Mm-hmm. I mean, the story was unbelievable. That anybody that's out there wants to look that up. It's on WSB TV in Atlanta, and just type in car warranties, and you'll see all the stories.
I will do that. All right.
Other thing, did you get a package from me?
I did. I guess you weren't listening in. Last evening I did mention I got a nice Christmas card from Wheelchair Dave, and I explained to folks it's the 20th anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission patch there, and the 30th anniversary patch. I guess those are the official patches, and looks like they're brand spanking new there, Dave, mint condition.
I pulled them out of some of the stuff that I collect there, but we need the 50-year. It's up to the 50-year patch now on that, Steve.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah. All right. One other thing for Scarecrow. Really interested in knowing what type of vintage snowmobile that he was showing up there in Wisconsin, because I happen to be family friends with Mickey Rupp, the Rupp company that actually made snowmobiles there out of Mansfield, Ohio. I've known him just about all my life, and got an interesting character there, those Rupp snowmobiles. But
okay.
Anyhow, you guys have a great morning.
Thank you, Wheelchair Dave. Thanks for the NASA patches there. That's pretty cool. You have a good morning yourself, and it is 19 past the hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I'll be doing a little research on extended car warranties. Good times, right? Another interesting industry headline, of course, right about a week ago, Tesla finally unveiling or delivering, I guess, their first all-electric Tesla semi-truck. Headline from Axios this past day says Tesla's electric semi faces a long, slow uphill climb. You know, the flashy new electric semi-truck is not very practical for most freight haulers that are under pressure to reduce their carbon footprint. Driving what Elon Musk calls, quote, the most badass rig on the road, it doesn't matter to commercial truck operators if you're worried about hitting tougher emission targets, as well as long-term reliability and the total cost of ownership. You know, they say there are other technologies, natural gas, hydrogen fuel cells, even a proposal to use cleaner-burning plant-based fuels in traditional diesel engines that could offer better solutions. Of course, driving the news, Tesla last week delivering their first heavy-duty semi to PepsiCo there in California. After taking delivery, PepsiCo completed its first cargo run by delivering snacks from its Frito-Lay subsidiary to those that were attending the Tesla lunch event there in Nevada. Now, Elon said the semi completed a 500-mile drive on a single charge, with the semi and cargo weighing in at 81,000 total pounds. Yes, but Tesla omitted some crucial information, including the truck's empty weight, which is an important consideration when you measure efficiency. A Tesla semi fully loaded with Doritos can go a lot further than a truck packed with cases of Pepsi. Yeah, not very impressive moving a cargo of chips, which average weight per pack 52 grams. That cannot in any way be said to be definitive proof of concept due to the senior analyst at the consultancy Guidehouse. There are some basic physics problems with electric trucks that go straight to the operator's bottom line. Hauling a fully loaded 18-wheel tractor down the highway requires a lot of electricity. The batteries are big, heavy, and expensive. The larger the battery, of course, the less cargo the truck can carry. The heavier the cargo, the shorter driving range, or less cargo and range, and that all usually means less profit. Electric trucks can make sense, but usually for the shorter runs or the smaller loads. They did delve into some alternatives. There is one Bill Gates-backed startup company called ClearFlame that's promoting a simpler way for freight haulers to meet sustainability goals using existing diesel trucks. ClearFlame's engine modification technology aims to take the dirty diesel fuel out of diesel engines and replace it with cleaner burning plant-based fuels like ethanol, methanol, or ammonia. They say this system itself is 30 to 40% less expensive than diesel, electric, natural gas, or hydrogen on a total cost of ownership. At least that's the claims from the co-founder and CEO. You know, a lot of these companies make a lot of claims, but I mean, I guess we'll be finding out in fairly short order if the claims from Elon Musk in regards to the Tesla. They've got the 300 mile per charge version, the 500 mile per charge version. But they did point out after that 500 mile run that it was on essentially level ground. You know, I guess you could do that out there on the salt flats. You're probably not going to get anywhere near a 500 mile range if you're going to be trying to cross the higher elevations, some of those summits out west. You know, you're going to make it up to Donner Pass, and you know, your charge is going to go down exponentially faster as you're climbing the hills. And maybe seeing as PepsiCo got their first delivery, I'm not sure what their plans are. Are they going to put into these literally out over the road to get some real-world examples of climbing the hills and whatnot? We shall find out. I saw someone had posted here, what was it, prayers for Ted Cruz and Ted's family. I'm thinking, what happened? Let me say, prayers and thoughts, Ted Cruz family, that I hope his daughter will be okay. And I pulled up, I had not seen the story yet. Family representative said, this is a family matter, and the daughter's going to be okay. I guess initially local authorities and medical responders made their way Tuesday night to the senator's home in the River Oaks area of Houston. They were called in after the 14-year-old daughter at the property suffered from, quote, self-inflicted stab wounds to her arms. Yeah, Ted has two daughters, a 14-year-old and an 11-year-old. Yeah, the reports were trickling in and insinuated it may have been a possible suicide attempt by his 14-year-old daughter. So, all right, don't know a whole lot, but they do say the daughter's going to be okay. That's all we know at this point in time, and they're asking for their privacy in this matter, which kind of makes sense.
USA Radio News.
Voters headed to polls today in the Peach State to decide the last open Senate seat in the U.S. Incumbent Warnock edged Republican challenger Walker in the general election, but did not gain a majority to avoid the runoff. Investigators in the case of 4 murdered University of Idaho students are downplaying the possibility of a stalker. Police in Moscow, Idaho, said on Monday they looked into an incident involving one of the victims in October. Those holiday shipping deadlines are getting closer. FedEx says boxes sent with standard ground shipping must be received by December 14th, while UPS is directing customers to visit their website for an estimate on their ground shipments. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's get right back to the calls here on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Is it still raining there in Arkansas? Morning, Big Sexy.
Yeah, it's still raining here in Arkansas.
Right?
Right now, I don't have any rain, but I'm in and out of it. It's mainly just drizzle most of the time, but it'll pick up and rain pretty hard for a little bit, and then kind of, the fog or the drizzle making it look like fog. It's kind of foggy too. And it really got foggy yesterday morning after about the time I got done. But yeah, it's still coming down, and it's supposed to continue to come down today, and then really rain hard at times tomorrow. And matter of fact, Truman rescheduled their Christmas parade from Thursday night to Friday night because Friday everything's supposed to clear out of here. But yeah, it's still coming down.
Rain, go away.
You're talking about those car warranty deals. It's not. I don't guess it's really an extended warranty, but
my son bought his latest one at one of them buy here, pay here deals.
Yeah.
And they offered a warranty on it. I think that warranty, they're the ones providing the warranty, but I think it's through a third-party deal. I know they have to take it to a shop. They don't even have a shop there. It has to go to another car dealer's shop, used car dealer's shop. But his transmission went out. And do you know they will only replace that transmission with a transmission with similar amount of miles on it? They won't put a new one in it, or yeah.
So they're going to go to the
and they ordered one.
Like go to the junkyard and pull one out of an older car.
I don't know. They ordered one and got it in. Supposed to be about the same amount of miles that he had on his car when he bought it, and he just bought it back in June, late June. I mean, like the last week of June, and they got that transmission in. It wasn't any good. Well, now they've got another one in, got it in there. Now they've found a few other things because he come down pretty hard on them. He got pretty rough with them. Told them, third time it's been in the shop since he bought it. He better not have to bring it back again. They better fix everything wrong with it this time.
I mean,
I guess they would go
based on the cost of labor, which I think a lot of these shops are like $100 an hour these days. I mean, the warranty company's probably spending more putting the darn older ones in that they could have put a new one in and been done with it.
That's what I told him yesterday. His nitro that he had before this, the transmission's out of it. It's sitting there at the apartments now. That's why he bought this. And I told him, we checked on transmission. He could get a transmission that had been gone through from a transmission shop, and for I think it had like 68,000 miles, 68 or 86,000 miles on it. 12 months, 12,000 mile warranty and everything for about $2,000. That's put in and everything. So they could have sent that instead of sending it over to the shop they use. They could have sent it to a transmission place there in Jonesboro and got it fixed with a warranty for what they probably put into it was 2 transmissions.
Wow.
But I mean, and they might have got to worrying about, because he told them the third time it's been in the shop. This past Monday was 3 weeks. Next Monday will be a month it's been in the shop. I'm having to chauffeur him around every morning.
Really? So they're not.
And then go get him in the evening.
So he don't even get a rental car or anything while he's waiting on him.
No. He complained about that, and they said, "Well, if you got full coverage, we'll see about it." He said, "Well, I got full coverage. I had to get full coverage before you give me the, loan for the car."
Right.
But they still ain't gave him a rental. But I mean, it's ridiculous the way they do people, on these warranty stuff. But Arkansas has a lemon law. Anytime you're under contract on a vehicle, we'll have all that comes with a warranty under contract. I think 3 times that's considered a limit. So they might have got worried about that and decided they better fix everything this one time. I mean, It's a nice car, and he said he loves it if they just get everything right on it,
Nice car, but it ain't getting you from home to work every day, right?
No, and it's putting an awful big load on Dad, too.
I hear you.
Running the route and then running in to work and having to go back and go pick the grandson up from his practice in the evening and go back and pick him up after that. It's putting a pretty heavy load on me.
Yeah, that's why I was...
Not to mention, he don't seem to want to put any gas in the vehicle either.
That's why I was anxious for my daughter to get something, because, I mean, I'm on a lease. The lease thing, you only get X number of miles per year, and I'm racking up 50 miles a day, round trip, taking her to work in the morning. Lucky thing I don't have to get her in the afternoon.
Yep.
She gets somebody else to bring her home, but...
Yeah, it's about 20 miles to take to Jonesboro and back, and in the morning, it don't really put me out that much, because as I come through Truman, I pick him up. As I go do my bay, and bay's only like 4 or 5 miles from Jonesboro, so I'll be headed that way anyway. But in the evening, I got to run up there and get him. So it's adding up. Not to mean if I have to go anywhere else or go get anything, I have to do that too. But yeah, that's what I had for you. I'll back out of here and let you get on with the show and see if you can find somebody else that wants to contribute something. I ain't going to say a more intelligent caller because there's not a more intelligent caller.
Oh, really? All right, thank you. Have a good morning. Thank you, Big Sexy. Yeah, I thought about Hillbilly Tex when I saw this story. You know, because we ain't never been to the moon, you know, according to Tex. Earlier this week, on Monday, the NASA spacecraft saw every landing site on the moon that humans have ever visited in person. NASA's Orion spacecraft zoomed in close to the moon Monday on the 8th anniversary of another Orion capsule's first brief test flight in Earth orbit back in 2014. This time, the spacecraft was completing its engine burn near the moon to send the Artemis 1 mission back home as it enters its final week of its nearly month-long journey. The NASA live television broadcast just before the successful engine burn. NASA spokesperson Sandra Jones spoke with Deputy Apollo curator Julian Gross about the 6 Apollo lunar landing sites that were visible behind the uncrewed Orion, and how NASA's new program is going to build on Apollo's geological legacy, starting with a crewed Artemis 3 mission landing on the moon in about 2025 or so, planning to recover a wider range of rocks than basalts, which represented most of what Apollo astronauts found at their landing sites. All their landing locations were pretty much right along the equatorial landing zone, as they call it. Yeah, we don't really expect a lot of basalts there because they're going to land on the south polar region of the moon. That's where the Artemis program astronauts are going to touch down. That would be more like a highland region. Yeah, long story short, they kind of explained if landing each of those thus far human missions to the moon, all in the same area. It said if you were taking a mission from another planet and landing, say, each of your missions at Yellowstone National Park, everything you're going to find there, it's going to be very, the same in that region. It's nothing like what you might find on the East Coast or other parts of the planet, which kind of makes sense. They're expecting to find much different things make up when they land on the South Polar region. Okay. So there you go. What do you say, Hillbilly Tex? Do you believe it or you think it's a bunch of baloney?
I ain't seen her pictures yet, Steve. That's where they said that landing was at. Well, I ain't seen no pictures. I ain't seen no flag. I tell you what, I'm tipping the hat this morning to get the water off of it. Come on, it has rained down here for 2 days and 2 nights, and look like we gonna be into it for another 24 hours.
Yeah, sure do.
Man, we have rain up here. Whoo! I know. Hey, Steve, reason I called, heard old Gouger on there a while ago. Happy 58th anniversary, Gouger. Cancer-free. Live on life, brother.
Yes, sir.
Now, Steve, next time I want to go off toward Texas, Oklahoma, I want no Lauren Weiss. I'm going to fall in behind him because we're going to be headed westbound. He was in North Carolina last night, I think, and he said a while ago he was an hour away.
Yeah.
Bull hollers left lane, Bubba. He ain't letting the grass grow. Man, oh man. Now, Steve, really? Now, come on. Did they take pictures of them all that stuff up on the moon, the little golf cart and the flag and the lunar landing gear and all that.
Well, there's lots of pictures on the internet. I don't know if Orion took any, you mean like new photos to prove it's all sitting there?
Yeah. Uh-huh. They ain't no pictures. Hey, don't blame me if there ain't no pictures.
If Tex can't see it, he ain't gonna believe it.
No, they made that up there at Hollywood, up there, over there, one of them movie picture places, you know. Had old Walter Cronkite up there crying, and, this fantastic, yeah. But, well, exit 81, off the big 7-5, tipping the rain over the hat and ringing a soggy cowbell this morning, Steve. Y'all have a good night.
Soggy cowbell. There you go. All right. Yeah, if I can't see it, I don't believe it. There's tons of pictures from, telescope views and whatnot from the Earth looking at the landing sites there. Apollo 11, Apollo 15, it's all there. And our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here. Hey, by the way, for over 60 years, by now you should know, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing generators, lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, you name it, anything that's going to be stored for an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So be sure if you're going to be storing whatever it is, store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And if you'd like to place your order online, you can do so and get a discount savings of 15% by using the checkout code Overnight Drive. Simply go to goldeagle.com. Goldeagle.com, that's the parent company, manufacturer of Sta-Bil. Again, for over 60 years and 15% off your entire order. There you go. Hello, 5-7.
Howdy, sir. I'm no economic genius. I'll just share what I
what I did when I bought the Fiesta for $18,000. We ended up, I ended up making sure it takes self-discipline, slap them income tax in the bank, car savings account, more or less, but whatever your money you was spending on a warranty, you do the math. How much is that a year? And you put that in with your income tax.
Mm-hmm.
In about 2 years, you pretty much can replace an engine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, she said if they're telling her it's going to be like $150 a month. I think Sandy actually, kind of mentioned that on the Facebook post a few minutes ago. What about just putting that money you're going to spend on a warranty every month into a separate account, and you'll have a car repair savings account. $150 a month going to add up. Yeah.
And it's even though it's for the car. Nothing else. But of course, if she's got children, or if she's a husband or whatever, and there's something, medical or, emergency.
Right.
Yeah, you use it for family emergency. Well, you're not going to have it paying out to that, home warranty deal like you already went through. It's paying out money, protection money, to give you security. 70-some-odd thousand miles. Hopefully that thing will hold up. Check on it. Put the Hot Shot Secret products in it. We've had testimony after testimony where it's helped out. Take care of the car. And like I said, in 2 years, you can replace just about anything on the third year. Now, this is a trick, too, is, you'll see I had like 2% interest on my loan, bank loan. So I had mine paid off in 2.5 years. If you've got something like 29% interest, like something, I know that was 2019 that I got mine. You pay that car off as quick as you can, and it's going to kill you to take that savings account and dump it like that. But when you pay that car off, and it's all right now, the car itself. Okay, if you have a transmission problem, your bank account's empty, savings account's empty on that. The car's yours, you got the title, and the transmission goes out, you go to the bank and get a loan on the value of that car. The car will pay for itself to get a new transmission. So it's just, you got to try to keep it the money close to home as you can. During that time, you have a little more security than just a transmission or an automobile. You also, without the warranty, put that in the savings account, you have access to it for specialized emergencies. But above all, that's the car, for the car. Because the car is so is so much a part of our lives nowadays. It's just that important that you keep that savings account until you can roll it over, pay the car off, and then the car will take care of you. You wouldn't believe how old that Ranger was. I had took the loan out on it 3 different times. We're talking $3,000-$4,000. I couldn't get my wife into the operation room unless I come up with $3,000 right now. Went down there with that Ranger. It was a 15-year-old at the time. Boom, $3,000, no problem. And that was at 3% interest. So that's just an idea. It's 70-some-odd thousand miles. It seems like you should be okay. But, get that first year in there and boom, you're, you're taking advice from me.
A truck driver.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, just a truck driver. What do I know? Other than that, Monkey Gouger, congratulations. And also, the drivers, we got 2 drivers we know right now, and any other. They're going into this holiday season, and they've lost their sweetie. Prayers for you. Our women folk bring the Christmas magic to us along with our children. And so y'all hang in there. We'll get through these holiday seasons. Everybody likes to walk around happy, but you can feel it. The depression's fighting you, and And prayers for Ted Cruz's daughter. Who knows what she's going through, because everybody probably around her is calling her dad the devil. So, or it's just like a preacher's kids. They seem to catch the heat for everything. So other than that, I hope I helped out a little bit, just an idea. And prayers for you and your daughter as y'all make the right decision, and God back it up for you.
There you go. Thank you very much there, 5-7. All right, news update just ahead here. And, of course, got a full hour yet to come. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. Still, tens of thousands entering day number 3 with no lights, no heat. They're in North Carolina after the attack on the electric substations that blanketed the county in darkness, shuttered the schools, a number of businesses, and prompted a curfew, which is still in effect. At least 35,000 were still without power this past afternoon. Been in the dark since Saturday evening, when those 2 substations were damaged by gunfire, leaving millions of dollars worth of damage to the equipment. According to the sheriff, one thing they did say, that's the first I had heard this mentioned from authorities, that whoever did it, if it's an individual or several individuals, that they knew exactly what they were doing. That's the first time I've heard that. I mean, obviously, it was intentional, it was targeted, but whoever fired the rounds knew what they were doing. Still no suspects at this point in time. What motivated the attack? You know, one thing I think of is, was this like a trial run for individuals with a bigger plan? You never know, right? All right, news break on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Voters headed to polls today in the Peach State to decide the last open Senate seat in the U.S. Incumbent Warnock edged Republican challenger Walker in the general election, but did not gain a majority to avoid the runoff. Investigators in the case of 4 murdered University of Idaho students are downplaying the possibility of a stalker. Police in Moscow, Idaho, said on Monday they looked into an incident involving one of the victims in October. Once a household name, Hertz rental cars became newsworthy again during the pandemic. And now the yellow vehicle brand is back in the headlines.
Hertz Car Rental Company will pay nearly $170 million to settle hundreds of false theft claims involving its customers. The Estero, Florida-based company announced it had settled 95% of the total disputes, roughly 400 people. Hertz customers were wrongly accused of auto theft for cars that were illegally rented. Some customers claim they got pulled over, arrested, and prosecuted for stealing cars because Hertz couldn't locate its own vehicles after they got returned. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance
Those holiday
Pry.
shipping deadlines are getting closer. FedEx says boxes sent with standard ground shipping must be received by December 14th, while UPS is directing customers to visit their website for an estimate on their ground shipments. The post office says retail ground and first-class mail parcels and envelopes need to go out by December 17th. The U.S. is no longer in the World Cup, and neither is Spain. Even though they tied Morocco 0-0, Morocco advances due to penalties. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medi-Share saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. And it really is a great community, too. People encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing. If you join Medi-Share Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
While Apple considers moving production out of China, but not to the U.S., President Biden is still fighting to bring manufacturing back for American workers.
President Biden will travel to Mexico City next month on his first foreign visit of 2023. Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador announced Biden's visit last week, but the administration has not formally confirmed it. However, Axios reported that people familiar with the matter say the trip is on. Reducing the flow of illegal immigrants to the U.S. border with Mexico is expected to be high on the agenda. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
And a new report says hackers with ties to the Chinese government stole millions of dollars in U.S. COVID relief benefits. China-based hacking group known as APT41 stole at least $20 million through Small Business Administration loans and unemployment insurance funds in more than a dozen states. And the Trump Organization has been convicted in a tax dodge scheme, found guilty on all 17 counts in the Empire State. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour. Get things rolling on a Wednesday, 7th day of December. You know, I haven't had a whole lot of talk about autonomous trucking. You know, the big push. Well, you don't need no stinking drivers. They can drive themselves. Yeah, maybe it's not as easy as some have been trying to crack it up to be. This past day, you've heard of Too Simple? TU Simple, it's all one word. Too Simple Holdings and Navistar have terminated their co-development plan that they started back in 2020, a joint development agreement. Too Simple's CEO said, I decided to return to Too Simple's to address the challenges ahead and set us on a path to long-term stability. We've proven our technology works. I'm committed to addressing the concerns of the stakeholders. I believe in this company and its ability to improve the safety and efficiency of the trucking industry, blah, blah, blah. See, back in 2020, Illinois-based Navistar actually purchased a minority stake in Too Simple, and they forged a deal to co-develop heavy-duty self-driving trucks by the year 2024. Their trucks would have operated at what they call Level 4 autonomy, which would be a vehicle that can operate without a driver under set conditions. Too Simple had already received nearly 7,000 orders for self-driving trucks from companies including DHL Supply Chain, Schneider National, and U.S. Express. Too Simple, which in October said they plan to focus on the initial commercialization of trucks next year, did not elaborate on the reasons for scrapping the deal. Apparently, the co-founder of Too Simple, Mo Chen, took control of the company as authorities investigated Too Simple's relationship with Chen's other startup, which was a Chinese hydrogen trucking company. Chen had 59% of the voting power, giving him control as of November the 9th, about a month ago, a day before the company announced they had ousted their board of directors. Chen acquired the stake through stock purchases using his family trust in British Virgin Island-based entities. Too Simple's newly appointed CEO, guy by the name of Cheng Lu, said, we have a strong sense of urgency to put our company back on track and regain the trust of the stakeholders. So, apparently a lot of folks saying, what you've been telling, all the promises and claims that you're not really able to live up to, right? Yeah, separate story, as a bevy of classic Hollywood movies have shown. Yeah, truck driving, it's the occupation intertwined with freedom and machismo. You don't have the boss looking over your shoulder, right? Technology, modern technology is threatening truck drivers' independence as we look into this autonomous technology. Of course, are ELDs, unwarranted surveillance, are they a vital safety technology? That all depends on who you ask. But no, statistically, the ELDs have done more harm than good. But everyone pretty much agrees that the adoption constrains the role of human drivers in an industry that employs over 3 million people. So looking at the autonomous technology, headline from the story itself is why automating trucking is a whole lot harder than you think it is. Yeah, we've heard conflicting reports. Yeah, for those that are trying to say, oh, we're going to be ready in 2023 or 2024 with totally autonomous trucks and all. Yeah, others on the inside say, yeah, we've made a lot of progress with technology. We're nowhere near that. It's another good 10 years down the line before they're going to be ready for any of this stuff. But all right, Too Simple and Navistar, though, ending their relationship. What do you say, Gilligan? Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Just driving up 81, E3's come.
Hey,
got a little
right.
drizzle over here, but not much in the way of rain. I brought this up a few months ago about this self-driving trucks. People don't realize this, but that goes back many years. Like I said earlier, I saw a video on this when I was in orientation at TMC, my first trucking job, and that would have been, if I'm not mistaken, August of '99. And it was about the platooning, where they had a driver in the front truck,
right,
and the second truck just followed it. They've been working on this technology, I know for a fact, in almost at least 23 going on 24 years. This is not, it just seems like it's slow. I don't see where they can truly get it down. I mean, I was going down 220 earlier tonight, and all once I got one of those collision alerts going off, and the only thing in front of me was a hill. There was nothing. There wasn't a vehicle anywhere near me. How are they going to go for construction zones?
Mm-hmm.
You got to go over and stuff like that. Of course, I know this is stuff that's already been brought up. But anyway, I'm going to touch a little bit on your car warranty bit. Now, I know some of these warranties are better than others. I mean, there's some of these warranties, well, we'll pay 50% of parts and labor, but you have to use our shop, and they gouge you with the prices. I know there's some, like you said, with your home warranty. How well it'll give you $100 towards your replacement and stuff. Yeah, it get a little screwy. When I bought that Challenger last year, which was within a couple of weeks of when you got your Subaru, I was totally shocked, and now I kind of wish I hadn't done it. I'd have kept my Charger because I would like to have one of the last of the Challengers, but I've already invested in this one. But here's where the warranty comes in. They said they offered a warranty on the wheels and tires on that car. How much do you think that warranty was for just the wheels and tires on my Challenger?
No idea.
You have any idea?
No.
$2,000. I said, well, I'm not going to spend $2,000 on that. And the guy says, well, if you bend the rim, you're probably going to regret that. I should have asked him just how much a rim for that car was. It shocked me. $2,000 for the warranty? If I bend a rim, it's going to cost me more than that? That's just crazy to me. Of course, probably the rim from Chrysler, if they're telling what a set of rims on that thing is, I don't get it. But, I mean, they're nice wheels, but they're not all of that, in my opinion. Well, I'm going to touch on this deal. Yes, today is Pearl Harbor Day. The day that will live in infamy. I'm like you. I'm actually a couple of years younger than you. In fact, like Rubber Duck said, I wasn't even born when Monkey Gouger thought that defeated the cancer. Said, congratulations, Monkey Gouger. You're an inspiration to us all, what you went through. Well, 57 brought this up. They've been trying to blame the United States for our fleet being attacked in Pearl Harbor. They say it's our fault for cutting off their oil mainly but it was also other vital things for the war effort, vital goods. Well, in 1933, that Japan had attacked Manchuria. And like he said, later on, I think it was 37, they went into China, they went into Korea. The rape in Nanjing that he's talking about was in December of 37. It's between 150 and 200,000 Chinese males was murdered in just Nanjing in like a 2-week span. You know, the Japanese Imperial Navy Army, you know, they was in that war long before they attacked us. You know, it's been proven that they thought if they took out the American fleet, they could have naval superiority in the Pacific. And thank God our carriers was not there. A lot of our battleships did get sunk or badly damaged, which set us back. And anybody that's a student of World War II history knows that that's where the turning point got away from pretty much the battleships. Yes, the battleships were used in World War II, but the most superior ship that we did during World War II that done the most damage was the aircraft carrier. That was the birth of the aircraft carrier. Look around the American fleet today. We have carrier groups. Yes, there's destroyers there. We have submarines. We have all kinds of things. But now our battle attack plan and defense plan is built around the aircraft carrier. I mean, a lot of people don't realize this. One reason why they thought they were safe in Pearl Harbor was, if I remember the numbers right, Pearl Harbor was rather shallow. It was like 50 feet deep. And at that time, the torpedoes would drop into the water 60 feet before they could start going, you know, because they were so heavy. And the Japanese had developed a shallow water torpedo to where it wouldn't hit bottom. So that was a problem we had also. We did not foresee. Now, I'm a little bit of a history buff, as many of your listeners know, but there's a little bit of information. And also, I've heard people say, and I've read where people claim that it was a horrible atrocity when we dropped the bombs at Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end the war. Now, people do not take into account we had to defeat Japan. Japan was a serious threat, even though they had pretty well been defeated. But we had a lot of prisoners of war in the Japanese islands. Got those ours, our allies. We had to stop the Japanese Imperial Navy and Army. They had to be fully defeated. The only alternative was to do a full invasion, in which we would have lost, estimated between 750,000 and 1 million of our own servicemen. And the thing is, the untold millions of Japanese civilians that would have been killed also, because they were trained, if nothing else, just have sharpened sticks to defend their homeland. People do not understand the Japanese mentality. That's like the bonsai chargers stuff. You know, they did not believe in surrender. Look at the kamikazes. It's just amazing what their mindset was. Well, I'm going to get off that a little bit, and I'm going to go on a side note. I noticed we haven't heard from Rambler tonight. Have you noticed that?
We have not.
Yeah. Well, we got a report from GMA&B Enterprises news reporter. The sex maniac has went down to New Orleans. All right, he's found the Rambler. He's down there on one of them corners on Bourbon Street, standing there in his shorty shorts like he was wearing last night. I guess he's trying to raise some money for that devil's lettuce for him and Pepe's Bones, because you know that's the Bone Squad. Well, you have a good night, Steve, and thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Gilligan. All right, what are we looking at? Quick time out here. Early in the program, Lone Ranger actually first out of the box. brought up the retail theft that is just out of control in this country. Yeah, the figures to the tune of $94 billion of stolen merchandise this year alone in this country. $94 billion. It's so out of control that there's actually a gas station owner in Philadelphia. This report from just this past day, gas station owner that's had to hire security guards armed with AR-15s or shotguns, decked out in their Kevlar, to protect his establishment from the rampant crime in that city. More on that story coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning. Steve checks in via email. Here we are. It's the middle of the week, and we're looking toward that weekend with a hot cup of coffee in hand and a cigar ready to go. We'll head in to get that trash truck warmed up. Looks like there's a trip to Indianapolis in store for today. Everybody enjoy the day. Yeah, you got the fog this morning like you had yesterday. It got really foggy here in southwest Ohio. I think Rick over there in Columbus also said it was fairly foggy this past morning. Speaking of which, hello there, Rick in Columbus. 51 degrees at this hour. You are right smack where we are. 51 outside the secret bunker. All right, he's go Buckeyes, of course. Hello to Tom checking in this morning. Good to have you on board, Mr. Spielman. Let's see. When Mike said, I had that all day in Ohio, all the way to Lexington. I think that's the foggy conditions, right? It is 844-3388. What else do we have from the email bag? Let me flip back over there. It's a DA of the Week nominee. If you've got warrants for your arrest, you think you'd be rather quiet about that, especially when you're speaking to law enforcement. Duh. I guess he thought if he's sitting behind his little computer, like so many do. Nobody can find me. They don't know where I'm at. Georgia man's comment on the sheriff's office Facebook post helped him get arrested just 2 days later. The Rockdale County Sheriff's Office posted their most wanted list on Facebook. It caught the eye of Chris Spaulding. How about me? He commented on that post. The sheriff's office saw his comment, flipped through the files. Sure enough, he's got 2 outstanding warrants, to which the sheriff's office said, "We're on the way." Spaulding was arrested on 2 warrants for felony violation of probation, you dumbass. Sheriff's office noted in a Facebook post that, our most wanted list is based off the severity of the charges. I mean, just because you haven't been arrested, authorities, we're still looking for those with active warrants, even if you're not on the most wanted list. You big dummy. But, back to our gas station owner in Philadelphia. Well, what's the cost of doing business, right? Neil Patel, who runs a Carco gas station in North Philadelphia. I'm guessing this might be one of the rougher neighborhoods, I'm assuming. He has recruited Pennsylvania, what they call site agents, S-I-T-E, state agents, to protect his business, his employees, his customers. His location is one of those that has been repeatedly ransacked. The flash mobs that come in, 10, 15, 20. They just come in, throw everything around, get what they want, out the door they go. They're forcing us to hire the security. We're talking high-level security, state level. We're tired of this nonsense, robbery, drug trafficking, hanging around, gangs. He was finally moved to hire the armed security after young people recently vandalized his business and actually stole the ATM out of the store. His car has also been vandalized by criminals, multiple occasions. Now, according to the chief, "We wear Kevlar, we are trained. My guards go to training every other week. They are proficient with their guns and their tasers, and they know the law." These are like state agents. Local residents and some of the neighbors mixed opinions about this. Heavily armed security, well, what are you supposed to do? I listened to them, but according to some violent people, they carry the guns. They're not afraid of them. This is the protection for the neighborhood and the customers, he says. He did say that his business has stopped experience any incidents of loitering or other crimes since he has beefed up the security. Well, how often have we heard? The criminals look for the pathway of least resistance, right? You got an armed guard, proficient, with a loaded AR-15 standing there at the door. Are you going to try to go in and rob that establishment, or are you going to go to the liquor store around the corner with nobody there to protect themselves? But I digress. News update time, bottom of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
There is no evidence Anne Heche was impaired by illicit substances when she crashed her car into a Los Angeles residence on August 5th that eventually resulted in her untimely death. The actress's toxicology report showed past use of drugs, but no outside drugs or alcohol could currently be traced. The final toxicology report states the fentanyl detected in Heche's urine was administered by the hospital. The LA Medical Examiner determined she died of inhalation and thermal injuries after being trapped in her Mini Cooper for around 30 minutes. Investigators in the case of 4 murdered University of Idaho students are downplaying the possibility of a stalker. Police said on Monday they looked into an incident involving one of the victims in October. This is USA Radio News.
And if you're one of those companies that stayed open during COVID, I have some great news for you. Government funds are available to reward companies who stayed open during that challenging time. It's not a loan. You don't have to pay it back. Your hard work to stay open could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at refundsasap.com. That's refundsasap.com. You heard that right. Up to $26,000 $1,000 per employee. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the tax experts at refundsasap.com. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work, then they share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans. If you have 5 or more employees, let refundsasap.com help you get up to $26,000 per employee. Visit refundsasap.com, refundsasap.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello to Truck and Phil this morning. Happy Wednesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Today, December 7, Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. As we remember those who served and gave all. And, of course, the cold full moon of December 22. You know, I forgot about that. Because we ain't got nothing but clouds and fog, and I ain't seeing no moon out there. Sends me a photograph of his coffee mug there. Pearl Harbor National Memorial, the Arizona Memorial there, coffee mug. Anyway, time to depart to Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and flip back once again. Looky there, 18 days till Christmas, 24 days to the new year. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Good to have you on board. Safe travels this Wednesday morning. Well, let's take you down live to the corner on Bourbon Street. Morning, Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God. No, you got that. Gilligan's got that wrong. It's not me down there. No. I'm not a partaker in the devil's lettuce, nor am I a partaker in male prostitution. They would actually pay me. Hey, they would actually pay me to go back home. That's the only way I would ever make money. But I am wearing shorts, so thank God, because it's pea soup foggy down here. I'm actually heading to Gramercy right now.
Yeah.
And it is foggy. Pea soup fog. So, yeah, I know. I forget who it was posted on your fan page a picture of. Well, it was a video, 1963 video of Willie Nelson before he became a dope smoking hippie, as I like to call it, a devil's lettuce smoking hippie. He was clean cut and wearing a nice suit. I'm like, boy, what a transition that is. But all fun and games, I want to get serious. Pearl Harbor Day. I know that had a direct impact on my family. Of course, you know, I wasn't around then, and I know you weren't either. But I had an uncle, and his name was Jesse Baker Walkman. He was an E3 United States Navy. When Pearl Harbor happened, he was an E1 or an E2. He had just got finished with basic training, and he was home on leave to visit the family. When Pearl Harbor happened, my grandfather told the story many times. Wherever he was at, he got home ASAP. He ran at a full sprint inside the house, ran to his room, got on his uniform, packed his bag, kissed his mama goodbye, which would be my great-grandma, shook his dad, saying he had to go. He said, I got to go. We've just been attacked. And they never saw him again.
Wow.
They stationed him, and, get this. He was a casualty, Steve, of one of the most famous, besides the Titanic, probably the second most famous shipwreck. And it wasn't even a shipwreck. He was sank by a Japanese sub. He was killed in action November 13th, 1942, after a rough battle at the Guadalcanal. He was on board the USS Juneau with the 5 Sullivan brothers and the 4, and most people don't know, you got to read the book, Left to Die. But there was also not only 5 Sullivan brothers, but there was 4 more brothers, the Robertson brothers. And matter of fact, little trivia, Duck Dynasty, Phil Robertson, that's some of their kin folks was killed on the USS Juneau. And Uncle Jesse's, he was an E3 corporal when he was killed, and a water tender. Never found his body. Only 10 people survived that attack on the USS Juneau. Only 10 people. And I think there's no one left alive. They got a memorial plaque in the Philippines. But you can go to they have a website, I think it's ussjuno.org, and you'll see his name and several others that were killed in action. But that changed the way, war was fought as far as your family. When that happened, and that's why I love the story, when Gorilla, God rest his soul, was still with us. He told the story of how him and his older brother went and joined the military during Vietnam to keep his younger brother from having to go.
Yes,
after the Sullivan brothers and the Robertson brothers were killed on the USS Juneau, November 13th, 1942. That just, it was like, if there's got to be, if there's a male child, and if it's a single child, he can't go in the military, or you can't see action. And also Saving Private Ryan, the great Steven Spielberg movie, was partially written on that tragedy. So, but it directly impacted my family. 1941, December 7th was the last time that my great grandma laid her eyes upon her baby son. Like I said, he ran in, put on his uniform, packed his bag, and he had to get out immediately and go and report for duty. And that's the last time they ever saw him alive. But I want to share that story because, Steve, other than 9/11, that day really cemented the country. I mean, you had people who were mad. I told my son, my son Star Wars Dave was asking. He said, "Why did so many people go and fight?" I said, "Because they were mad. They wanted to go and kill Mussolini. They wanted to go and kill Hitler. They wanted to go and kill Tojo." And what most folks don't realize is Gilligan is right. The people of Japan, Tojo was the prime minister. The people of Japan worshipped the emperor. The emperor was their god. And if that emperor would have went on the radio, and all he would have had to tell them people that were under invasion, every man, woman, and child fights, they would have fought. So, yeah, we had no choice but to drop Fat Man and Little Boy to end the war. That was the only way they were ever going to surrender. And, of course, Tojo tried to commit suicide, but he missed his heart. And he was hung, but a lot of that military command committed suicide. And they are right. The Japanese have the samurai spirit. They were going to fight to the very death. I mean, Steve, you can go and watch video if you pull it up on YouTube when we invaded I think it's the island of Midway. You had women and children, taking their children. They were jumping off cliffs, committing suicide because they were brainwashed. As if the invaders come, they're going to kill you and eat your children. Matter of fact, tell you how bad the Japanese were. A pastor friend of mine, his dad, helped some Americans during their Bataan Death March. But he was telling me how the Japanese would go into the village when they invaded the Philippines, and this is kind of grotesque, so bear with me. But they would take a pregnant woman, get the whole entire village to stand out there, and they would literally, with their samurai sword, cut the baby out in front of God and everybody and said, if you come against us, what happened to her is going to be 10 times worse than what's going to happen to you. And that's how bloodthirsty and vile those Japanese were. And that's not me knocking the Japanese people, but that's the kind of enemy that we were facing. We were facing people that were going to fight to the very death, and they didn't care. So, but that's my little story, Steve, and I just wanted to tell that real fast. And I know you got other callers, and before I go, I just want to point out, do you know what I love to eat on a steak?
Oh, I bet I do.
It is 5-7 steak sauce, Steve. Remember this, God's children. Love just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. God bless you. And for the record, I don't hang out on Bourbon Street. God bless you, God's children. We'll shout at you later.
Yeah, say what you want. He's down there in his shorty shorts. I hear you. Hello, blind man.
Hey, Steve. I heard something that made Gilligan laugh his head off yesterday. I was listening to one of these talk shows that my electronic girlfriend found for me. And apparently it had something to do with the Homeowners Association. I don't know where it happened. Maybe it was down in Florida. But it seems that the insurance companies are saying you cannot park your car, your electric car, inside a garage. So the Homeowners Association said not only can you not park your electric car in the garage, but according to our rules, you cannot park your electric car on the street. So whoever owns an electric car is either going to have to find another place to live or get another electric car. And I thought that was absolutely hilarious.
So where were they supposed to park their car?
That's the dilemma. Where do you park your electric car? And, oh, by the way, I wonder how the people up in Buffalo got along with their electric cars and all the snow they got. And I wonder if the electric snow plows are out there plowing away. Just being funny.
I get you. All right. Well, everything else going all right?
Yeah, I may have another urinary tract infection and a yeast infection, so I'm struggling with that. And I found out that a neighbor that I really liked is moving, and I'd like to buy her house and rent it out. So I'm talking to my broker about that. But I just wanted to say hi, and Gilligan told me to call you, and I did get through today.
There you go. All right. Well, good to hear from you, blind man. And have a good morning. Be safe out there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. And we got a time to squeeze a call or two in. We'll get back to the calls momentarily. Yeah, a lot of talk about alien life somewhere out there. Yeah, UFO talk. Actually, government files in regards to them. But yeah, maybe we should be looking closer to home. Are they already here? A report of a nuclear submarine that was buzzed by an unidentified object traveling underwater faster than the speed of sound. The claim from a scientist who's been carrying out classified work on board the USS Hampton. Bob McGuire told fighter pilot turned UFO researcher Chris Lato how the sub was passed at astonishing speed while it was running deep and fast in the late 1990s. He said the encounter was confirmed by a member of the crew who was shocked by the speed of the unidentified submerged object, or USO. Unidentified submerged object. McGuire told the Lato Files He runs a YouTube channel, I guess. We were underway, and all of a sudden, I hear the sound. It's really strange because it's clear that what's going on is something is whizzing by us, and it's moving so fast, I can't believe it. This thing blew by us like we were standing still. Now, he added a person with knowledge of the onboard systems came out and said, this blankety-blanket thing is going faster than the speed of sound underwater. But that's faster than the speed of sound in the air, actually. We didn't want to report it. We didn't want to tell anybody. We didn't want to cause any problems. Either way, those claims come months after footage was released. Recall, we've all by now seen the video released by the U.S. military, which appears to show a UFO, an unidentified flying object, moving from air into the sea that was filmed by a warship in 2019. And that's the one that was moving also at astonishing speed. I don't know. Maybe they're with us. What do you say, Scarecrow? Good morning.
Well, Steve, we know darn well there's been sightings that spotters have been afraid to report, have never been reported, but it's only been the last couple of years now that everybody's kind of fessing up and saying, yeah, there's something going on out there that is way beyond, what I think mankind is aware of. Has technology able
Correct.
to perform something like that, Oh, that I'm sure you know there too. That last caller there, he didn't put any denial to that Shorty Short thing that we noted last night there. So yeah, I think we've got him in a corner there, Steve. Extended warranties. Now, does my memory fade a little bit? Isn't that heat wave dealt with on his heating and air?
Yeah, that was one of those extended home warranties.
Bought
correct.
With?
Yes.
Oh, is that what it was? The whole and the heating air fell under that. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know we personally have never had to deal with it. I've never bit on the extended warranty. Now, my mom, she's smarter than that too. About monthly now, she'll still get a notice or a phone call, advising her that her new car warranty is about to expire. Well, Steve, she sold, I think that was about a 2015 Impala. She sold that 4 years back, as soon as Dad passed away. So, but outfits like that, they prey on the elderly, and count on their biting and failings and whatnot. That fog that you guys have been talking about, that's made it up through the Badger here too. Shucks, I hit it on the way down, maybe a half hour west of Madison, and looks like I'm going to have it the rest of the way back out here too. We're hanging about 31 degrees, so we had a pretty healthy dose of ice on the mirrors and whatnot, but roads are fine. So, the failing memory, I guess I'm going to have to save it for tomorrow night, because that most embarrassing moment, it's kind of like the loneliest hour. It just haunts a person here. Doggone, this is embarrassing, Steve. I don't know what to say. As far as wheelchair Dave, that sled that I showed last weekend, technically, the chassis was a 1975 Skidoo RV 245. Late production. It was taken off the assembly line, sent to the Motoski division. They slapped the 76 bodywork on it, and it was used for the photo shoots and promotional material and such for the 76 production year. I mean, there was many sleds that they do that with, all the manufacturers, but so it's a rather unique piece and whatnot. My others have wondered how the heck they made it out of Canada with that it should have been crushed, but we'll leave it at that. It is what it is. So it'll come back to me here, Steve, as soon as I bid you farewell. But
about the time we hang up.
Food for tomorrow.
There you go.
There we go. All right, Joel, we'll leave it at that and talk later.
Have a good morning. Be safe out there. Yeah, Gilligan. I'm sorry, the Knucklebuster impersonator mentioned earlier. Yeah, hard to believe it or not. An iconic part of the Atlantic City Boardwalk will soon be closing. The Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum said they will close on December 31st. After more than 26 years of tempting the boardwalk strollers with oddities like shrunken heads, mutant animals, models of unbelievably tall or small humans. Yeah, we all recognize the building because that's the staple, whether you're in Gatlinburg or wherever else, Myrtle Beach, you name it. The places I've been where they've got the Ripley's museums. The giant globe that looks like it's smashed into the front of the building. I guess people have seen enough, right? You can't entice them to come in anymore. We're grateful for the support of our fans, our guests, whose curiosity, open-mindedness, and enthusiasm contributed to success over 26 years, according to the museum's manager. Thankful to have offered a unique form of entertainment and education at the Jersey Shore, we hope we've created some wonderful memories for those who have come to visit from time to time. All right, I said the museum's closing because their local franchisee is reaching the end of their agreement with Ripley's. They're going to reimagine the space and come up with something new and fresh for that, I guess, that piece of real estate for the future. There you go. What can you find new and enticing to draw people in, right? All righty, then. We'll close it out there. What are we looking at? Okay, Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Safe travels, and be careful out there. A lot of fog. Numerous areas around the country, as the case was 24 hours ago. And we'll see you back here. Hope you'll join us again at the midnight hour Eastern Time for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,